Yes.
Okay.
We've had the master down here getting us fixed up, and he hit the right button, so we're about ready to go now, Marvin.
We just want 3 to go get some coffee.
Oh, well, 3 went to get coffee, so give us a few minutes. Now get a drink, get yourselves ready. We'll get started here in a few minutes. Definitely, they're working across the hall.
So Marvin, when you put your snow slash ice related incident, nobody was injured or anything, but then you say I don't have a control copy. They were yes. Yeah, so anyway, you were heading here. You turned around. That's
We don't really do stuff. After 2 reps, they can't be inmates for this.
oh, she got accepted.
Yeah. They went to 6, or maybe somebody let them in, they get coffee.
Yeah, straight.
Thank you. We'll get them coffee. Private pot. I make the first pot at 6 o'clock every morning.
So is that the time to get in?
I get here about 1:45.
That's why I see your email.
And then first thing I do is check the email for any staff that said that they're having issues or that they need it, like for follow, whatever. Take care of those.
I check my emails at 5. That's when we check on Bert when we get to work for the next day.
Yeah. There you go. No. Okay.
Check our live streaming to YouTube.
Thank you.
No.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming together for our SEAC meeting. Today is January 24th. It's 9:15 a.m. This is our rescheduled SEAC meeting from January 10th, where I opted to postpone it after some of that extreme weather that we had to come in. So thank you for working with your schedules on this and being here. We have a number of people here in the room at the Landon Building, and we have several people online as well. I'm going to go ahead and ask Joyce to take our roll call. Oh, you can take your roll call. Thank you.
Yeah. Jose Cornejo, sorry.
He is unable to be here today.
Brandon Gay,
Here on Zoom.
Whitney George,
I'm here.
Lindsay Graff,
Present.
Jennifer King, here. Lena Kisner,
Here.
Jennifer Kaczynski, Jennifer Kirk, Jessica Lopez, Marvin Miller,
Here.
Brooke Moore, here. Troy Vick,
I saw him on earlier.
yeah.
Troy, are you
Troy
on?
Pitch is here. Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Charity Porter, Christopher Fett, Sabrina Rischel, Rebecca Schultz, Roxanne Zillinger,
I'm here.
Trish Backman, here. Steve Backman,
Trish is not a member.
so do you not want me to do attendance?
Yeah, but you need to announce that now we'll look at others that are in attendance.
Now we're on KSDE employees.
Thank you.
It was on earlier. Joyce Broyles, here. Stacy Clark. Brian Dempsey,
Present.
Krista Gridwood. Carrie Haig. Bert Moore,
Here.
Deborah Newby, here. Alicia Nichols. Ashley.
Mitch Fesky.
Leave to that.
Okay. Terry Rogers. Dean Sykes. Luann Barron. Oh, ex officio members, and Luann should be on about 10.
Okay.
Mike Burgess. Ashley Hinch.
I'm here on Zoom.
Leslie Gerard. Here. John Harding. Present. Jim McNeese.
Present.
And Adelia. Present.
We have a quorum of 9. I count 9. Brandon J. Whitney George. We have Lena Kisner. We have Lindsay Graff, Jennifer King, Marvin Miller, Brooke Moore, Troy Pitch, and Roxanne Zillinger.
Oh, yeah, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joyce. We have a quorum, so we are able to do business today. The first thing that I'd like to do is take a look at today's agenda. If there's any changes or things that we know that we can rearrange right now, we can go ahead and suggest that. Otherwise, I can have someone approve it.
Marvin, this is Lindsay Graff, and I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Have Lindsay Graff move, Brooke Moore second. All in favor, say aye. Same sign. Okay, the ayes have it. The agenda is approved. Now let's take a few minutes to look, or a few minutes to look at the minutes from November 30th, which was last time we had a meeting. If you do not see a copy of that, that was emailed out by Alicia on January 3rd with 3 or 4 other attachments. It's about 21 pages, so we'll give everybody about 3 minutes to take a look at this if you have not been able to see it. If you do not have a copy of this, please let us know and we can send out another email to you real quick.
Marvin, we should just do that.
Oh, well, thank you.
Marvin, it's Lindsay Graff. I know we only have another item it looks like to maybe vote on, but we did not get a poll or anything to vote on the last one, those of us on the computer, so I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Did we have a poll? We're sending a poll.
Perfect.
Or you tell Marvin what this.
We have 8 yeses.
And this was for the approval of
Yes,
the agenda.
of the agenda.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
only supposed to be 6 voting.
6 that are online.
Right, which is what a poll.
It would be including people in the room if you're doing a poll. So,
Right, this was just what was online.
okay, so it would be the 3 of you members, actually 4 members in the room.
But there's 8 that answered online, so we don't know which.
Oh, I heard you say 6 that answered.
Yeah, 6 were supposed to, 8.
Well, that would be ex officio members or whatever, but anyway,
I will take the agenda, approval of the agenda pass. We'll make sure we get minutes.
Marvin,
Other than-
this is Lena Kisner, and I make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Lena. We have a motion to approve minutes as presented. Do I hear a second?
I was.
Brooke Moore has seconded. Approval of the minutes. We're going to go ahead and send out a poll online. If you are a member of the council, please vote. If you are ex officio or guest, please do not vote on that. And then, so KSDE staff does not vote. So all
except
of
for Roxanne. Because Roxanne is a member of the council.
So for the 4 members in this room, you may say aye, aye, and then we will await the results of the.
There's 7, yes.
You may have had another member join us.
Yes, Jennifer.
Okay,
So Jennifer.
Now there's 8.
okay. Well, we will accept that the minutes have been approved, and we now have 10 members present. Is that correct?
Who would be the other member that joined us?
Jennifer Kaczynski.
And who else?
That was it.
So that's our 10, right? I thought you said 2 had joined, but you said 8 voted online.
Because that's how many people voted on the poll.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open it up for any public comments. I have not received any notification of any, but if there's anyone here present that would like to make any comments, or if there's anyone online that would like to make comments, please do so. Hearing none and seeing none, we will move on to our next item on the agenda. And this is, originally, we're going to talk about the collaboration that we would have had a couple of weeks ago. Bert, do you have any further information or do you have any information on the ICP?
Stacy Clark said that we would, be meeting in, like, on our normal date in February, but did not say anything about any meetings, about scheduling anything with the app or anything between now and the normal meeting date.
No, and I think the thing that we have changed is this, to have this collaboration between SICC and SEAC is adding Jennifer King to the SICC. I don't know that you're a member, but you're an ex officio member, so you get to hear the conversation, pick up on what they're discussing, what they're talking about. And if Stacy were here, and she has been coming to our meetings, then she's able to report out what she hears in our SEAC meetings. So we are, in a sense, having those sidebar opportunities, so we know what their agenda is and what they're discussing. And then we're sorry that we had closure on the night, and we'll work to get that set up in the future where we can have the collaborative team between all members of both groups.
So I attended their December meeting, but because we planned on meeting together in January, and Stacy was also going to be in communications and not that SICC December, she went to the January meeting. She told me not to worry about having to present anything because she was going to share, so I apologize after the notes for that.
When is their next scheduled meeting?
February.
I think it's the 16th, isn't it? It's a Friday.
It's a Friday. I'm
Yes,
also
Friday.
an ex officio on that, so they get.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I know that our leadership, Lindsay Graff and I, we talked about trying to join in Zoom on one of their meetings just to be part of the president and to support them and bring back anything else that we wanted to speak about at our April meeting. Because I do know there are several things we wanted to talk about, open enrollment being part of that, some of the other things that are coming out. So thank you for being some issues on there, and I'm sure you're going to have some concerns for it too. So I do look forward to having this conversation. So we will put that as an agenda item again on our next regularly scheduled meeting. We should have something to report back to that. Okay, we are moving ahead. Brian, are you ready to talk about SPP and APR?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. This is your annual review of our annual performance report that is due to OSEP February 1 and where we're at. So that's next Wednesday. Carrie will probably submit it Tuesday, if not Monday. We're in pretty good shape this year. We've talked about indicator 4. We'll circle back to that a little bit. And then I'll just walk through the indicators where we're at.
There we go.
There we go.
There it goes.
Okay. As a reminder, these are the indicators. This is FFY 22 submission. So this is the 21-22 school year, except for a couple of indicators. We use lag data. So it'll be the 2021 school year. These indicators haven't changed. There's a new possible indicator 18 that OSEP will roll out, but that's a couple years down the road. So 1 and 2, graduation and dropout, are lag year indicators. So when we get to those data points, those are the 2021 school year data. Indicator 3 is assessments. And OSEP this year has not uploaded our official data, and they will tomorrow. We did verify that. So I will review where we think we are. We pulled our data, and then IDC created a tool that we could run. So we think we're pretty close. So we'll review that. I didn't put it in here because it's not finalized yet, but I'll give you kind of a heads up where we are. Indicator 4, we've talked about, that's suspension, expulsion, more than 10 days. 4A is all students with disabilities. 4B is disaggregated by race or ethnicity. Indicator 5 is educational environments. There's 3 subparts to that. Gen Ed room, resource room, and then other building, essentially. So there's an A, B, and C. Preschool environments are similar. A, B, and C. 7 preschool outcomes have several components to it. So those are preschool indicators, along with 12, which is the C to B transition. Indicator 8 is our parent involvement survey.
Somebody needs to mute.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's
it gets
okay.
in the spring right next to one of them. Sorry.
That's fine. And then 9 and 10 are disproportionate representations by identification. And so 9 is overall, 10 is disaggregated by specific disability categories. 11 is our child find, 12 is our other early childhood indicator. 12 is our secondary transition in the IEP, starting at 14 or 16. 14, we do 14 in Kansas, 16 for IDA. 14 is the post-school outcomes. 15 and 16 are dispute resolution indicators, resolution sessions, review process hearings, and then the mediation sessions. And then 17 is our state systemic improvement plan. Okay. There we go. So I thought this year I would give you an overall, this is kind of the same chart from last year. I added a little bit to it to let you know where our baseline year is for each indicator. Remember, some of these will go back quite a ways. You change your baseline when you have a change in methodology or your data source. Those are the only 2 times. So some of these that you see old, that go back several years, we just haven't changed the methodology or data source, and some you'll see change with this package. So graduation, our baseline year was FFY20, which is they changed the data source to match up with indicator 2. So that started at the beginning of the package with that submission. And for this year, we met our target, and we had no slippage. The dropout indicator 2, our base year is FFY21. We shouldn't utilize the old methodology, so we switched it, but we had an extra year to do that. And when we looked at it, we knew our performance was going to go down to 21 submissions. So we thought we'll make that our baseline because it's hard to recover. So that's the difference between 1 and 2. We did meet that target this submission, and there's no slippage for that. So indicator 3, I think I'll go through that later. We'll go through we have a couple slippage statements this year. I'll go through those specifically. I'll cover 3, but 3 you can see is broken into A, B, C, D. Participation is A, B, and C is proficiency. B is students with IEPs with grade level academic achievement standards. C is the all assessment proficiencies, and D is the gap in proficiency. And those are reading and math, and 4, 8 in high school. So each of those has several subparts, and I'll walk through where we think we have some slippage. And then 4 we'll talk about later as well. And that's, so the base year, for 3 is FFY20, we changed that beginning of this package. And so we'll go through where we met and haven't met on 3 of the thing. And then 4 is ending. So we'll talk about this at the end. Change the methodology this year. So we've reviewed that with SEAC over the last couple of meetings, through the change in methodology from those prior comments. So the baseline year will be the submission at 522, and there's no slippage since we just use this year's data as the baseline. And then indicator 5 the environment. So here's one that goes back to the prior package, FFY19. And here's the three components. So we met the targets for 5A, 5B. We did not meet the target for 5C, which is pulling out, that's hospital, home, or residential. And we have no slippage for 5A and D since we met the target. We did have slippage for C, and I'll review that in a minute. Joyce, you want to go down and I'll. Okay, 6 is the preschool. And those baseline years are a little different. It's 19 for A and B, and then C is 20. And we don't have data before 20, and I don't know the answer, so I suspect that's when C starts.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. We met all of these targets, so there's no slippages here. Preschool outcomes. So here's one where we go back several packages, and that baseline year is 08. And we met the target for 7B1, but not 7A or 7B2. There's 2 for each. So there's A, B, and C, A1, A2, etc. But we did not have slippage in any of them.
Can you explain the difference between not being a target and not?
Yes.
I'm assuming that we've upped our target a little bit every year. So we did better than the previous year, but not the higher target. Right?
It could be. So we set targets each package. So FFY20. That's a great question. Thanks, Marvin. And when you set your target at the beginning of your baseline, so the baseline is important because that's where you start for that package. So and at the end of that package, you have to finish better. So it's a 5-year package. So in between, you can go up or down, but you have to finish better. So most indicators, an increase in performance is better. There's a couple where you want to lower, like 4, for example, you want to perform better. So you want fewer districts identified. And so that you'll see we'll propose to go down. And then, so what we usually do is look at the historical performance of that target and then do some trend line data and bring that to the group at the beginning of each target when we set. And we get input from SEAC, we get input from other partners in the field, Casey, paper in the schools, and we put all that together and propose that. So we tend not to worsen our performance in between. So if we know our performance, I'll talk about it in is going to be worse, we just go flatline it until we get to the end, adjust downwards at the end of the package. And that's what OSEP looks at. So targets need to be reasonable and they need to be robust. And so I think we've done that with this package.
Went back to the beginning of the slideshow. There we are. As far as slippage is concerned, Marvin, that would be within a range that's close to the target. So usually it's 1%. So if you're within that 1%, you're not considered to have had slippage. Because they do give you leeway within a range. But if you have more than that, then you have slippage, and then you have to write a statement that says why the root cause and then what you can do. And that's all in our package. So anywhere where you see slippage, that means that we have to explain it and what we're going to do about it or why we think it.
And this may be a good time, and you can tell me to wait for it. But I think this question came up at the special ed funding task force. That how we presented it, how it was being presented on the website looked like we weren't meaning anything. In fact, that opposite is true. Is that partly just the way we need to change wordage, or?
Well, what we do is we upload our results, and we don't have slippage statements or show slippage on the website. We just have our package results that we put up there. And what Renee Erickson wants is for us to have a statement that says we did meet the target because we were within an acceptable range of performance. So she wants that to be added to our data points when we upload. So, which is, Brian and I talked about, we don't have any problem doing that. It's just having that statement when we upload the data. So that people understand, just because you didn't score at your target, it doesn't mean that you failed. It just means that you either had slippage or you didn't, and then a plan worked. But Renee had a good point. She tried to show we were not compliant with anything. I explained, well, we have this range that we're allowed. Well, that needs to be on there too, and she's right.
Thank you.
And that, so that does remind me, so yes, so slippage is based on whether you're measuring in 10% increments or 1% increments. And so if it's 10%, it's year to year, your performance slips or worsens 1% or more, and for 10% it's 0.1% or more. But if you've met your target, so let's say we're just rocking it in graduation, and then the next year we drop 5%, but it still met our target, that's not slippage. If you're meeting it's only if you haven't met that target. So they just want to understand if you're not hitting your target and then you're decreasing, and as Bert said, there's a variance that they understand, but if you go beyond that, they want to have that explanation. So the other thing Renee was getting to was, and I have in here in parentheses on some of these indicators, compliance. So these are compliance indicators. So those are all 100% or 0. And so I think what Renee was talking about is, you're not going to get 0 or 100%, really have much of it. And so that's where we have the target, but we're at 98.9%. So none of these compliance indicators are below 95. Okay.
And also Troy has a question.
Okay.
You're talking over the construction.
I know. So that's compliance. The results indicators are, those are ones that we set the targets. And again, if those are robust, you're trying to stretch your system to show improvement. So approaching that target is what's
Troy is asking, why are some of the baseline years so far back on the calendar?
because they didn't change the methodology or the data source. So resolution sessions indicator 15 is dispute resolution. Our due process hearings haven't changed, Troy, since then, and they're measured the same. It's they look at resolution sessions. So, for example, when you ask for due process, if the parties agree have a resolution session within a period of time, if that resolves it, that's what that measures, and that just hasn't changed from 05. Either the methodology or the data source. That's always going to be the same. Okay, got it. All right. Did I answer all the slippage questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, so for the rest, 12 is the early childhood. We did not meet. This is the compliance, but we did not have slippage. 13, we had no slippage and didn't meet. That's a compliance one as well. So those are 100%, and we're just under on both of those. Post-school outcomes, the same. This is not compliance, this is targets. And so that goes back to FFY 09, and we did not meet that target, and they haven't changed the methodology or data source since then. We would like to change our targets because we set them. So this is kind of the dropout. This is the lesson we learned from the dropout. We had a great year in 09, set those targets. It's one of those hard to get back to that. But that's where we're at, and that's okay, and it's a good goal to shoot for. So we'll continue doing that. And then 15 and 16, historically, for I don't know how long, you have to have a minimum of 10 resolution sessions for 15 or 10 mediations for 16 before OSEP will measure it, just for statistical purposes. We have never hit 10. So the data is all over, but you can't really measure that. So we're never required to report because we'll have slippage from year to year because one difference is really going to move that. But for mediation, what you'll see is we have 11 this year, and 6 resulted in a mediation agreement. The year before, I think we had 5, but when you're only talking 11, that one made a greater than 1% difference. So we have slippage, and I'll show you what that statement looks like. So that's why, so as our increase in complaints, our mediations have gone up, our due process requests have stayed pretty level. Okay, and then the state systemic, we did not have slippage, and we redid that in the last year's submission, FFY21. Okay. So I'll go over the slippage statements. I'll come back to 3. So we didn't have that many this year. I think we actually were last year. Indicator 5 is an educational environment. So where we had slippage was in C, which is youth in separate schools, residential facilities, or they're homebound or hospital placements. And so I wanted to show you the data to show you how close this usually is. So our data last year, we had 2.10% of our students with disabilities in this category. Our target for this year was 2.18, so we haven't met our target, so slippage comes into play, and our data this year is 2.21. And so as you see in our statement that we'll submit to OSEP, we talk about the number of student change from last year's submission to this year's submission. It's an increase of 121 or 0.11% above last year. So we're staying pretty flat in this number. And then when you look at the second paragraph, we had one LEA, which is the largest in the state, that contributed to most of this. So when you then look at the rest of the state, it's pretty spread out. So, yeah. Oh, Wichita's largest district. Yeah.
And they have a lot of separate schools.
Yes. So you can see sometimes it doesn't take much to get into slippage, but this isn't a great variance. And so OSEP reviews these. If they have concerns, they'll ask for us to reply in April after their review, but most of the time they haven't asked for clarification. So that's 5C. So we had a slight 121 student increase in that placement, most of it attributable to one district. Okay. I don't think this is working.
There we go.
Okay. Indicator 14A is the post-school outcomes. This is enrolled in higher education within 1 year of leaving school. So there's A, B, and C, and they all kind of roll into each other. So A is the smallest data point for us, and our data last year was 26.84% of students within a year are enrolled in higher education. Our target was 45%. Again, going back to 09, we had a really good year that year. And that's where that number comes from, but that's something we should shoot for. And then our data this year is 22.7. So we went to, if you recall, we went to a census where we're trying to reach 100% of all students who left, rather than just do a random survey. And so you can see part of our slippage statement is we've increased our target universe. So just increasing overall is going to lead to probably a decrease at this point. So we hope over time that once we keep increasing that we'll just see the pattern there. So I think this is just difference from data collection. And then also when you look through the National Clearinghouse for Kansas, all the cohorts of students are declining in their participation rates in post-secondary education.
Brian, Margaret Miller here again. Question, this is OSEP indicator, obviously. do they set what higher education is? Does that include military service or not at this point, or some of those other things that our students might go into?
It does. I remember being the transition coordinator. We always felt like it really should, but we couldn't change it because it's a national thing. We couldn't-
Right, okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because we've seen an upsurge with that.
Correct. And you'll see in another one that technical schools are not.
So Brian, this is Brooke Moore. Why was the target so high? Did you say that was set in '09?
Pardon me?
What did you say about the target? Why?
So these were set in '09 when we experienced a high result in this area. And so once you set that baseline, that's where it always is. So we've got to try and, you can't,
So the target is essentially maintaining the baseline? Is that what you're saying?
yes, I don't think that, I'd have to look at the targets, I don't, but it's not. We have to finish above that target, so we'll finish the 5 years at our baseline. Or slightly above.
We try.
Yeah.
The issue is when you had that one group, because we use 3-year cohorts. And that cohort had a large number of students in '09 that enrolled at university. And so when you look at the data, it looks like, oh, well, you know, it was 45%. Yeah, wow. Well, we've never reached that since. Because then the other cohorts that came behind, 10, 11, then this group would have been again in that 12, that same group of districts, we never got back there. So because we had such poor information being submitted, we're only getting 300, 400, 500 responses. So we went to a census to try and reach the 8,000 or so graduates so that we have a better opportunity to have broader based data, be more reflective. But what we run into is that we're not able to contact. We have an outside agency that tries to contact, and we allow districts to do their own contact. Those districts that do their own contacting have higher results. The students see a number from some stranger and they're not answering, or they don't have the same phone. Or anyway, there's a lot of issues in this trying to find these people either out of school or to.
Okay, so that makes more sense. So the data that we have is not a clear representation of what we actually might. Okay, that makes so much sense.
Because a lot of them might be at university.
Right, but we just.
But the parent doesn't answer the phone, or they moved, or, I mean, there's all kinds of things. So we're trying to get districts to be more attentive in contacting their students and letting them know before they graduate, hey, we're going to be reaching out to you in a year or so, and we want you to be responsive to us because this helps us to improve our programs. And those districts that did that had much higher results.
Wouldn't you be able to look at how many Kansas graduates like, are going into the universities? And, I mean, it seems like there could be some talking between.
What they have to do is enroll for a second year.
Well, still, I mean,
But we don't have an agreement with universities to get that information because I don't know what it would take to do it, but that's part of our post-secondary success that's done 2 years out is that collection that says that they enrolled the second year.
And we never can reset this. Is that right? The reason I'm wondering is that both nationally and with our states, there's like so much has changed since then. So much push for those DTE programs, so much programs. I mean, even like I have a senior who will graduate this year. The FAFSA has changed, so the number of students who are going to be able to afford to go to a 4-year college is different than it has been. So can we ever redo this, or is it just set for like this number, the 2009 data?
Those 2 examples you gave, we'd have to have one of those to do that. That would be change the methodology. Well, we're not spanked by OSET because it's a results indicator, or is it?
It's results.
It's results. So when we look at results, it's what are you doing to improve it? And we've got a plan and we'll put it in our report because we did move to census hoping that. But then we had a larger pool to draw from, so naturally the percent would be harder to reach if we had the context. But you need to look at the next ones too, because there's three areas. One is enrolled at university, second one is they're working or enrolled at university, the third one's working or enrolled in university. So the data is much better for this C.
Right, so they roll into each other and they go up. And so as you see the data for 21 in C, which is enrolled in higher education or some other post-secondary education training program, or competitively employed, or in some other employment here. So that from 21 to 22, we didn't hit our target from 21. So again, slippage comes into play and we're about 2% off. And this is the same slippage statement for, we've increased our universe and the clearinghouse is showing that they're just not participating.
Quick question, Brian, is going into the military account there, see?
Correct.
No.
Correct. And then for, let's see. Oh, did you? Next, mediation. So this is the one, this is kind of a fluky deal. This is the one mediation throws us off. So our range, this is, so our dispute resolution indicators 15 and 16 have a range of 77 to 80%. And we don't hit that. And that one mediation threw us off. So this slippage statement is just trying to capture, you know, we move one or two one way or the other. And I actually got this from the state of Iowa. They used it last year, and OSEP didn't have any comments, so we'll use it. And I think they had the same numbers. They had like 11 mediations. So, but we did have 6 of the 11 that resulted in mediation. Okay, if you'll just hold this slide, I'm going to go over 3. And I just want to give you a heads up of where we're at with 3. Again, I didn't put it in here because it's not final until tomorrow, but in running the data, so there are 4 areas of 3. A is participation rate, B is proficiency rate with students, children with IEPs against the grade level academics, C is the proficiency of the alternate assessment, and then D is the gap in the proficiency of children with IEPs, and then students against grade level. They all have 4, 8 in high school, and reading and math. So participation is really good for us. I think we hit the target on all of those, so there's no slippage on A, and we had no prior required actions for set. So B, we only had a couple in these. B, reading, we did not hit our target, but we did not have slippage either. So what that means is we stayed within 1% of where we performed in 21. So that's reading for 4th, 8th, and high school. And math is the same. So didn't meet targets, but no slippage. And then C is our proficiency rate for the alternative assessment. And here's where we saw some change. So we did have slippage on reading and B, so 8th graders. And so our slippage statement, if OSEP uploads the data and we think it's consistent, we looked, so these are middle school students. So the data suggests that this group of students who entered middle school in the height of the pandemic may not have had intensive supports and detailed instruction while instructed in virtual settings during the pandemic. Students taking the alternate assessment have the most comprehensive needs, so the suspension or inconsistency in in-person instruction during those 2 years of middle school may affect students. The impact may be more stark for those students with cognitive impairments and more comprehensive needs, which is why proficiency rates for 8th grade students show slippage in reading and then math. So math, we'll see the same thing. But we did not have slippage in A or C, which is 4th grade or high school. And then math is the same slippage statement for 8th grade. So that's C. D is the gap in proficiency. So how did students rank? Are we closing that gap with children with disabilities with other students? And there was some slippage here. It's a different statement. We looked at chronic absenteeism. So for reading, we had slippage in 4th grade. So what our slippage statement focuses on, we looked at various data points, among those which is statewide chronic absenteeism. So the state recognizes that students not attending school consistently across the school year will mean they are not regularly receiving instruction on the grade level standards upon which they will be assessed. Accordingly, there is an indication that the higher rates of chronic absenteeism may link and or contribute to lower proficiency rates. So we observed a decrease in proficiency rates for students with disabilities on reading statewide assessments for 4th grade, which is where we have slippage, and an increase in proficiency rates for all students. So all students did better, students with disabilities decreased, and that increased the gap. Chronic absenteeism may influence the gap in proficiency. Chronic absenteeism for 4th graders with disabilities was 27% for his 22-23 school year, where chronic absenteeism for all 4th graders was 20%. So we think that just that 7% difference in chronic absenteeism is affecting the proficiency of students. And remember, chronic absenteeism is 10% or more. It's missing about 2 days of school a month for any reason. And for math, we saw it in 4th and 8th grade. So we did have slippage there. And in math, we think that the slippage is going to be about 3% and about 2% in 8th grade. And it's the same analysis. It focuses on chronic absenteeism. And again, with that 7% difference. So that's where we're at for 3. I don't think it's too bad overall. We want to do better on where we have the slippage and kind of focus on that. But those are the areas where we had slippage in this year's session. Are there any questions about the indicators that we had slippage?
No, I do have a question, and I don't know if you looked at this. I don't know if it's or not, but I do notice we have an increase, and we're talking the slippage. At least this last one, the gap. So these are students that are taking the deal for assessments. I'm seeing more and more emergency substitute teachers in special ed and elementary levels. These are not fully trained. They don't have experience, but they're working on it, doing the best we can. But there's got to be some impact. Sure.
That is one of the data points we looked at. So I think we worked with teacher licensure to figure out what the impact of that has been. I think though in the analysis we thought chronic absenteeism was more. So rather than just list them all out, we just focused on
it wasn't. I understand. But so there is some statistical correlation of the other. But we're just not talking about that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next, I thought I would talk about OSEP required actions. So when we submit these, February 1, OSEP reviews them. Early April, they say, here are comments and questions. We have 2 weeks to answer those, reply. And then they finalize at the end of April. And then sometimes they have required actions. And then that's what we have to deal with next submission. So these required actions are from last year's submission. So this is where we came up with 4. The first one, I put compliance indicators. So these are the 100% or 0. It's all or nothing. You got to hit it. And if you don't, even though you're 99.9, you get this language. So OSEP, this is boilerplate language for all of our compliance indicators. It's the same required action, and they just want to make sure you're following up with the districts that you're supposed to, in accordance with memo 0902, which we know has changed. But that's our general supervision requirement. So what are you doing to follow up with districts to make sure they come into compliance? And then Joyce, if you go to the next one, and this is our response in this submission for last year's. So we verify each district with non-compliance identified in last year's submission is correctly implementing the regulatory requirements through correction of non-compliance process of conducting blah, blah, blah. And that's aligning with QA 2301, which is the new memo 0902. So this is our response. So I guess it's our boilerplate back to them, but this is the process of what we do with the districts. If they're not in compliance, we figure out that and we work with them to address why they missed that 1 or 2 or 4 students, I think. Most of our indicators are just a handful of students. Get us in that, in that we're not hitting the 100 or 0. Okay, so that's all the compliance indicators we talked about. That's the same required action. So we'll get them this year, and it'll be the same response next year. Okay. So that's an annual event. So for indicator 4, this is the boilerplate language they provided all states last year. So when they focused on discipline last year and focused on indicator 4. So every state saw, well, I assume every state, that's what we're hearing. They talk about valid and reliable data, and we have to show that we're complying with one of the methodologies of Reg 170A, which is you are either comparing the students suspended across the state or within the LEA with all students. And we don't collect on all students, so we compare across the state. We've identified that. And when you really look at their comment from last year, I think they're focusing in, if you recall, we set a state bar at 0. We just said if you're 2% above 0, we're going to flag you for review of your PPP. It's not that you're not compliant, but that's where we were, and I think that's where they focused on with us. But that's what they're driving to. You have to pick a methodology, have valid and reliable data. They changed the comment in B a little bit, but it gets to the same point. You just have to comply with the federal regulation and what our instructions are. So that was the required action from last year to this year, which caused all of our conversations the last couple of meetings, and then our response back for this submission is the next slide, Trace. Okay. And this is the response for A and B. So essentially we're saying we are complying with the federal regulation, and as such, it's valid and reliable. And I think this will be okay. We are complying with the methodology, and then we, as you know, we changed our measurement from 2% over 0 to 3 times the state average for discipline. And so just so those as a reminder, we weren't flagging any districts for several years to even evaluate. And so that's what drove OSEP, I think, to focus on this. A lot of states weren't flagging any districts to look at. We knew that discipline was increasing, that behaviors were increasing. So I think from their perspective, how come we're not seeing this through these submissions? So the last thing to wrap up, so indicator 4A is a results-based indicator, and indicator 4B is compliance. So indicator 4B is 0%. And so it should always be 0. So we're going to try to get that boilerplate language. Oh, so can you go back, Joyce, to the?
She's hungry.
She's hungry. So we've talked about the methodology. You've approved changing that. So we changed the methodology. So this submission becomes our baseline year, and our data for this submission For 4A, remember, we flagged 12 districts for 4A. So for all students with disabilities in that district, 12 districts suspended more than 10 days, that's 3 times more than the state average. And so that's 4.51%. So not every district met our criteria. Some small districts had too few total students with disabilities, so they were excluded. But of those that remained, 4.5%, 51% is that. We have the raw data for 23 and we've been looking at that. And the 12 districts is probably going to increase by a couple. So we know that we're not going to improve. So rather than move our target up, we'll just keep it flat, but we know the rate is going to be worse. I think it's going to be a little over 5%, if I remember. So this is one where you want to go down. So if we start this year at 4.51%, we have to finish better. So we're going to go up. So we don't have historical data to review. We've identified 12 districts. We know we're going to identify more than 12 next year. We believe we will. And it's just hard to drive down that small of a number. So I think without the historical data, we just left it at 4.51 for 23 and 24. And knowing that you have to finish better, we peeled one district off at 12. That equals, if the number that we measure is the same, it'll be 4.14%. So that's our proposed targets for your review today.
I have a question on this. I may have mentioned this in the email. But as part of my role as an advocate for foster kids, I was in a situation where I discovered that not all schools do suspension and expulsion, some do reassignments. And that's an easy way to move kids from school to school to school to school to school within the same district multiple times without it ever getting reported. Probably the way a small district would have to report it as an expulsion or a suspension. Is that factored in this way? Is that to accurately reflect what's really going on in some of our larger districts?
The short answer is no. This is from school. This is suspension.
Or expulsion.
Right.
So
greater than 10 days. So it's not going to capture that. It's not going to capture, I think, some districts that are encouraging students to go to virtual school rather than suspended. I think the other thing to think about if you come across that or to talk about is whether or not you're changing that student's placement or their LRE, and if that's a concern, or somebody doesn't agree with that or doesn't think that's best, there's options to challenge it. But to your question, no, that's not taken into consideration here.
because that does worry me that our percentage might be higher than we're doing the service needs, and whether it's virtual schools or reassignments or changing placements. And I don't know if that's something, I mean, I don't know how to address it. But I want to put it out that is a concern. I'm seeing that.
And I think it, I mean, sometimes that could be very positive too. So it kind of just depends on, the situation, I guess. Because I'm thinking, if the student's going to be moved but has what they need in place rather than being suspended or expelled. If I'm tracking with you, I could see that being.
Some districts don't expel because they have enough schools to keep shift. Does that make sense? And so whether they have stuff in place or not.
So that's the question.
That's my concern.
And that's where
and that's where I'm afraid. And I'm thinking about a kid, by measuring this number, are we excluding a lot of number of kids for falling?
So one of the things we do for the districts, maybe this will get at it at a different way. So those districts that are identified in A, and remember in B, we have 29 total. These 12 are included in that 29. And what we have to do then is they're not non-compliant at that point, but we have to review their policies, procedures, and practice, and look at what they're doing. And so I think some of it is we start off just with a tool of what's required for us to look at, and then you send us these policies that are in here, and then we have just an overview. They have these policies, and the policies have to contribute to the expulsion. So I don't know if there's a way through here in that review to have those conversations, because there are two things. One, for those districts that do meet all of the PPP requirements of policy procedure processes, we're doing a random poll this year to verify that they have that, and ask kind of like a data verification through like an IDA file and give to it. And then for those that are deemed not in compliant because they don't have the appropriate PPPs or they are contributing to expulsions, we're reaching out to that district to do kind of a deeper dive. What happened? Some of these districts just have 1 or 2 students that met the criteria. And the more I'm talking, I'm not sure I'm getting to your point, but this is what we're doing. Maybe this will drive some conversation later. We're looking at those. So, for example, maybe those 2 kids were suspended beyond 10 days because they brought drugs to school, or serious physical injury, or they brought a weapon. We can look at that, and if you have PPPs that are in place and you are following your practices, verify that. That's not going to contribute to that expulsion or suspension. So those districts probably pull back in compliance. So of the 29, we don't anticipate all 29 being non-compliant, but maybe a handful or so. And then if they're found non-compliant, then they have the next year of work to do that. So that's the process of where we're at on 4A and 4B. So 4B flagged 29 districts, and we don't have the final determination. We have that Friday about how many districts are not compliant.
But to your question, Marvin, I think you're looking at our children getting the services that they need, that are identified within the IEP, and they have behaviors that are significant enough that the administrator is looking at exclusionary factors of either ISS or OSS. And do they have another option available to that student that they could implement? And when you say through reassignment to a different school, normally that takes parental consent, or it takes the 18-year-old consent to that reassignment, and that child is getting a program versus being sent out of school and not getting any services or minimal services through homebound or home-based types of models. So I think that some districts that have extreme behavior students, and by the way, they're out there, are looking at other options of what they can provide rather than exclusion. So Wichita Special Purpose Schools is a good example. They have those schools set up for those students that have such extreme behavior that they're either dangerous within that environment or they're not getting their needs met in that environment. So they move them to another option, and then they can provide the supports and services that they. But the real thing is, are they looking at trying to get the child back into the inclusionary environment? So that becomes another question: is we say we're doing inclusion, but are we if we never have a plan to reintegrate the child? And when we do our on-sites, that's oftentimes a question we've asked for 9 and 10, where you have excluded the student and put them in a self-contained environment. When do you ever look at bringing that child back into inclusionary services, or how are you trying to train the child, educate the child to be able to be in general environment? So I don't know that we'll have that type of data because that's all done through the IEP process. And as long as the parent is consenting or the student, the child is getting served. But what we're trying to capture are those systems that are like, we don't want this kid in our school, and so we're going to do whatever we can to get them out of here. And so then they go to the OSS, or they give them ISS out the union, and they have 25 days, SS, whatever. I think that's what OSEP is wanting us all to be looking at.
And that's where my concern is actually focused. I understand, especially schools.
Well, we're concerned too about the kids getting reassigned to virtual.
Right, and that too, I think,
That we have been.
I think that's something we've been doing much.
Yes.
And I have, this is gonna seem unrelated, so I apologize, but because I talked to him about a couple of situations, it's somewhat related. So I do have a question. When we appoint an education advocate, we send that notice out and to the principal, to the caseworker, to the sped director. Some districts have told us different people that they want to have and this is my opinion, and so I'm asking if this is right or not. To me, that's written notice that this child is suspected of having a disability. So some of the times these kids have not been evaluated yet. And so my question is, doesn't it seem that that would be in written notice for the school to know? Because depending on, we have some education advocates that are really new, and they may not immediately know to just follow up right away, as we're working with them. And so to me, the onus is not just on that education advocate that was appointed, but isn't there some responsibility for the school to say, hey, this is written notice that this child has been identified as possibly having a disability. I'm sorry, it's not a good time to ask.
No, it's a great time to ask. I don't want to answer on that.
Yeah.
I think that's
Okay.
Answer the I can answer it in practice. So, we have once or twice gotten from you because being a huge district, I am included in those. And usually I go to either my person who is over the child find part and say, has this child been through there, or into the person who's right at the top of the transitions. And if the child that's not on either one of their radars, then we start looking for reaching out to that advocate to talk to them about concerns and referring them then to the screening program for child find, or finding out if they need to get in touch with them. So basically, it would really solve things in practice. Because not if you either make sure that they're not already in child find, already in CDB, and then if not, just reach out to them and tell them how to get that process started.
Good point, Jennifer. But the GDI, the general intervention process, a child that has an advocate, should be a natural occurrence. Some of those children will be acclimated to their classroom without any incident, while others may be showing either behaviors or lack of content knowledge that requires them to receive tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. To me, that's what should be checked. Is this child now has an advocate that's supporting them here in their school? So does that give you prior knowledge to know this child may have behaviors or content gaps that need to be addressed? And therefore, that would be what the education advocate needs to share with the district is, what are you doing to support this child? And do you have evidence to support that the child is making adequate progress, does not require any additional supports or services? Because that advocate can ask for an evaluation.
No, well, and that's what they've been appointed for.
Yeah.
That's the very reason they've been appointed in that question that I'm asking. So, but sometimes if that doesn't happen, right away, and then there is something that happens. Let's say it's been a couple of weeks, and then the student has a misbehavior and gets suspended. Should that student be being treated as though the school had prior knowledge and those rights, follow them as far as that?
I think that's why I would make sure the education advocates are aware of the things it's
We do.
especially with speaking that the student has had incidents or maybe having some trauma response to whatever's happened. Because when they get an education advocate, normally means there is no relative available. It could be a relative, but there's a concern that there's a social emotional possible problem. And so that should be made aware of, in which case the school would have prior knowledge that they knew this child had some, because that's what you're trying to find. This child does have an incident blow up one day and want to suspend them or OSF them. Does the child have prior knowledge to know that that child could be a child with a disability? And that's what you're saying.
And also, and I talked about, I was just talking about, it's not in school yet.
Yeah, no, I-
Yeah, I was like, okay. But not yet. Good for you.
So you ponder and we'll talk. Because it happened, it happened. And so I want to make sure we are getting the right information.
So I have a question. So in the educational advocate, should they automatically be invited into like if the school calls it student improvement team or something like that? Is there like a requirement?
Not really necessarily. But, you know, ideally, they're gonna start talking pretty much right off the bat. Because that's gonna be the first order of business, is to contact the school and get that all needs to happen.
Hi, this is the interpreter speaking. The audio seems to be kind of cutting in and out.
I think it's because of the drilling for oil going on next door. We'll do better at being louder for you.
But I was just thinking that would be definitely something they should be requesting. That they have to go through the student improvement team, whatever they call it. But I would think they would want to be requesting. I would like to be invited to all of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good point.
And you know, we also let our education advocates know that just because they request an evaluation doesn't necessarily mean the evaluation is going to happen. And we let them know that they'll get that response in writing.
Yeah, they can get a prior written notice that says the school district doesn't think the child
Right.
needs it. And then they have rights that they can think that.
I wish, you know, I do, just, this is just my opinion, and I wish that there was a requirement to involve the parents more. That's it.
Well, some districts do and some districts don't.
Yes,
I mean, the parent has knowledge about the child and they need to be involved so they can support the team on whatever interventions are being implemented. Because they're gonna have to work with their child at home and they need to know what they should be doing to support the work of the school. So to me, it's natural to have the parent sit in, but I know a lot of agencies prefer not to have the parent involved at the get-go for gen ed intervention until they get to that point of wanting to get you an evaluation, which is a little late to point out to the parent, your child's been having problems all year. Now we want to evaluate them. And the parent says, why didn't you ever work with them? They're supposed to be collaborative, I thought.
So to summarize, legally don't know, but there's a lot of good practice we discussed. But I don't know if that's true. So,
In my opinion would be it does not.
Okay.
Until the education advocate contacts the school and asks for a parent conference, education advocate conference to find out how the child is doing in the school. And that the school should be amenable to do that so that they can say, well, here's their benchmarking here in reading, math, science, here's where they are in citizenship. Because that would be an indicator to the ed advocate. This kid is not meeting benchmarks and we need to be doing something different. That's my opinion.
well, and the point well taken, because sometimes, you know, we are getting information from case workers and that's not, they don't necessarily know everything that's going on at the school. And so that's why we always let the education advocates know. This does not mean it's an automatic yes, the child value. But everything is
Realize there could be scenarios offered in for the most part not, but
okay.
I'll get a smarter response. Mark's back today. Any other questions? Great conversation. So you see targets for 4A because 4B's year will change to 22, but that's always going to be 0. So just to summarize, A has always been 0, except we did 0.7 at the beginning and 0.7 at the end, just in case we thought that we've never really had a district. So this is brand new. So the data and how I'm telling you we arrived at this the best we could come up with. So if somebody has thoughts, that'd be great. If not, I think I'm asking to see activity.
Okay, so you want an action item on this? Does anybody else have any discussion on this? Are these good numbers? Are you comfortable with this? Anyone online? Lena? Anybody else there?
I think it's reasonable at this point. I mean, like Brian said, we just don't really have a lot of data, and I think dropping one school district makes sense. So I'm good with it.
Anybody else want to chime in before we take a vote?
I'm good with it. I don't have anything to add. This is Lindsay.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, I'll go ahead and have them prepare a poll. So we'll just go ahead and I probably should entertain a motion for this. I'll entertain a motion to approve these proposed targets for the indicator 4A.
Brookmore, so moved.
Jennifer King, second.
So Brookmore moved, Jennifer King seconded. Okay, we'll go ahead and take the poll. Those in here say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, so I believe that has been approved. So Brian, you can go ahead and go forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your report. A lot of good stuff to think about and look forward what we can do. So,
And that ends the SPP at DR.
okay. We're running just a little bit ahead of schedule, so we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute break now. Let's start back up at 10:45. And see you then.
I think we can get you coffee on 6.
Yep.
But we have pop machines right below here on first floor, and we also have fifth floor where we have a break room that has snacks and all kinds of things if you're interested.
Okay.
What they doing over here?
Hey, Bert and Marvin, this is before we just letting you know I'm gonna have to step out for a meeting.
Say what, Lindsay?
I'm gonna have to step out for another meeting and then I'll try to return as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we move that?
Welcome back, everybody.
This is Marvin Miller. I'm going to go ahead and call us back to session. Thank you for that short break. It is now 10:47. Our next item on our agenda is the open borders policy that is going to affect here next year. So, Bert or Brian, is that which one gets to talk about this?
I'll let Brian introduce it.
Okay. Have fun, Brian.
So as we know, districts are moving forward. This starts this next school year, 24-25. Districts have approached their policies by January, and then I think by the end of May have to identify their capacities. And we've really kind of taken a hands-off approach on special education and guidance. The biggest issue, I think, remains transportation. And I think initially when Scott, Gordon, and Mark looked at it, they determined guidance and no guidance. We all know what the IDA requires if it's a related service to IDE. We all know what the state law requires. So I guess this Bert's frequently said the right thing, and we'll see. But you might have a student that's just I don't know. We'll just have to work through that, I guess, when it comes up. So that's one issue. I think as districts are establishing their capacity, a reminder is you cannot discriminate. I think it's so as a reminder, the open enrollment, what the districts need to do is identify capacity by grade band K through 8, by building if they have more than one building in their district, and then high schools total. It's not by program or anything, so I think I'd be careful when you're working with your gen ed peers about trying to split that out. Those are the issues, and I think for the most part, people are navigating that pretty well. I haven't received any questions about it. The districts are looking at that right now. It goes by May, and then July 1, the open enrollment families will. And on the family side, I haven't received any questions. So, the families are planning to take advantage of it or apply or what. But that's kind of where we're at on the special education side.
Evidently, it was discussed yesterday. They had a group of students and school folk that were over at the Capitol. And when we came later in the day, Lori and I and Fiscal from downstairs, because we had to testify on dyslexia, this committee that was formed, there were all these chairs in the middle of the display area. And we were like, gosh, did they have a concert here or what? Then on the news last night, I showed where students that had shown up that had made posters that said, open enrollment, let us choose the best teachers. And they were holding signs up. So I know that the legislators' idea is school choice as part of vouchers, if you will. So by allowing open enrollment, then parents get to choose which district they want their children to attend to get the best education, which is really a difficult thing when you're a rural school. It's a difficult thing when you have an Andover and Mays and a Valley Center and all of these districts that are within an hour drive within the Wichita, Sedgwick County area. It's a difficult thing when you have KCK, Turner, Piper, DeSoto, Olathe, all these districts over here, and you're trying to set class limits for grade levels when Wichita has 90 buildings. So do they set those by building? Do they set those by just a general, we'll accept up to 20 kids in each first grade classroom? So when the parent is submitting their request to attend that district, do they have to include what building they want to attend? I mean, this is a nightmare when you think in terms of logistics for a district, because you don't know how many desks you need to plan for, what sorts of teachers you're gonna need extra, because if I only have 20 in there, but I have a policy that says I'll take up to 25, then am I gonna get to a point where when I take back all the students I had the year before that were out of district, and now I take their siblings, then I'm gonna be over the 25, and I'm gonna have to look at additional staffing. And this is after I've already set my budget with my board, because most enrollment for us, enrollment occurred in July. So if you're ending one year, you're beginning the next, you have to budget for the next, and then they don't want you to have any carryover money. So I just see a lot of logistics issues as an administrator. I know that the United School Administrators is working with agencies on trying to get the ear of legislators to let them know the unintended consequences that will occur. But when we think in terms of special needs students and students with disabilities, I could have a student that's attending John's program at the School for the Blind, and I could have a parent put a lottery in to have their child come to my district, and if they get pulled, because I can't hand pick kids, I have to have a lottery system, then I become accountable for that child's services at the School for the Blind. So there's those sorts of issues that occur too. And what if I have a child that goes to a special purpose school and I put their name in the lottery and I don't have a special purpose school? I mean, these are all the questions that I know the field is scurrying to try and address when we have a shortage already of highly qualified instructors, which you brought up earlier, Marvin. So I think that the tenseness is, how do I be fair and equitable so I don't look like I'm trying to stack the deck and put a class size of 10 when I know I'm going to have 25 in every classroom, but I don't want to take any students other than what I have. Or I'm one of those districts that says I'll get more money, so I'm going to say 30 when I have 22 in there already, so I can get that extra 8. But what they don't understand is, because we have told them you can't be discriminatory, all students must be in that lottery, then what happens? The other issue is virtual students. I'm a virtual student at the Andover program, but I want to go to the one that's somewhere else. Do I get in the lottery at that point? I think there's a question that comes up there. So I'm just very concerned about what districts are doing, because some have told us that the Kansas Association of School Boards has, I don't know that they've recommended it or if they're defining it, but they are suggesting that you can set limits on your special education classrooms. That is not in this policy. This policy is for general education enrollment. It doesn't consider if you're ELL, foster care, title services, coming out of another state. I mean, parent is living somewhere, puts it in. All right, who's going to transport? Well, they've already said, well, you don't have to transport. I'm a student with a disability. I have an IEP. I need a Lyft bus because I'm in a wheelchair. And then you're going to tell me you're not going to provide it? So what Brian and I talked about, and Mark earlier, when we knew this was coming down the pike, is it'll be lawsuits. There will be parents filing lawsuits against school districts, and we know how long that takes oftentimes to get through the court system. And in the meantime, kids are held hostage. And it changes the dynamic of your school somewhat, but that's not the issue. The issue is when they put the open enrollment in, they really have taken over the state board's work. The state board was designed to provide suggestions to the legislators on how to improve schools and practices. And now for the last 17 years, we've had legislative action that is telling schools what they have to do. And that's happening around the country. And open enrollment was one of those policies that came through that process. So we know it's alive, we know it's well, and it's going to happen. But we're very concerned about our students with disabilities and how they're treated in this process. Because if you're a district that says, this is a 7-foot basketball player, and this is a kid that has an alternate assessment, and you get caught doing that, you're going to be in huge trouble for discrimination. And parents will be calling that out. Because if they don't get selected, they're going to think it's because their child has a disability. So they're going to file a complaint with someone, probably the Office of Civil Rights. I don't know who else they could file it with. So I don't know what district policies look like, because they had to have their policy set by January the 1st, but I don't get to see those. So I don't know what the agencies have set as their limits. But that will predict then how many slots they have open come this year. Then they're also meeting on enrollment and trying to change the enrollment function to where you use the current year enrollment and you don't get to use the prior 2 years. So that again would suggest that they're encouraging districts to try and get additional enrollment by setting class sizes large enough that they can gain additional students so that they get budget consequences of FTE. There's so much politics involved in this, but the kids are in the center of this, and they're going to be the ones and the parents who are looking forward to a new breath of fresh air and an opportunity, and they may not find that at the next agency. So I don't know, Lena and Lindsay, I know that Casey has had conversations about this. What do you think is coming down the pipe from a special ed administrator viewpoint on this issue?
Well, a lot of controversy and interpretation. I know that ESDAC, the director, Dr. Chad Higgins, has kind of taken the lead and is working with a few of our special ed directors trying to get some guidance. And, you know, they've really been looking at it from an approach of capacity limits on programs. And calling it programs, like, you know, maybe it's the VOTEC program or the band program or, you know, the low incidence program. And so they're having attorneys review, I think, some potential language. They're trying to get some guidance out to superintendents. I haven't really looked at the language specifically, but I know it's a huge concern if there you know, is no kind of way to monitor and prepare, because these decisions will be made, you know, by the time we've already established budgets and staffing levels. So we're certainly concerned about it. We have Casey members representing co-ops, interlocals, and single districts working with that group of superintendents. But right now I haven't heard anything definitive other than they've got some attorneys. I know Sarah Loquist is one of them, just looking at it and getting an opinion related to the language compared to what the law is.
Thank you, Lena. Ashley, are you on? Have you heard anything from your area?
Now, I would echo what Lena had said. There's a lot of discussion, but not as much decision, because we're kind of awaiting some of that guidance, or we're trying to navigate some of that guidance. We have heard a lot about that program capacity and how that language could be incorporated in kind of this northeastern area where I am. But I think that there's still a lot of concern about the transportation component, in addition to how we can actually prepare for students and make sure that they get the services they need if they do have those needs, when we have such a small window of time to prepare for that, if that is the case. So those are the two kind of primary things that have been coming up in our discussions in Region 1.
I appreciate that. Have either of you seen the board policy from your district that was passed in January?
No,
I have a summary of it.
Okay, and did it reference programs or just grade level capacities?
Ours referenced grade level capacities.
That the bill called for. Thank you both. I appreciate that. And Idalia, I don't want to put you on the spot, but how has KNEA been dealing with this?
We're still just having discussions. We haven't we felt like we couldn't speak out on this at this time. I mean, it's sometimes stand back, and right now that's where we're at.
Appreciate that.
So I appreciate the input because this will help me.
From what I've seen limited in looking at KASB put out a sample policy, most people just adopted that from what I've seen so far.
And I think it just mirrors those.
You're right, so it's basically, no, I don't think anyone knows what to expect. Yes. Jennifer, were you talking, did we talk, refresh my memory, were we talking about this with early childhood?
If we were going to talk about with SICC, just to see how people were interpreting it or what they thought they would practice with that 3 to 5 population, because we've got those child signs. We don't ever know how many students we're gonna get from the screening or how many students are gonna come to us in the toddler. So we kind of work the opposite of K through 12, and that we are the lowest in August that we will be for the whole year. My numbers usually triple throughout the school year. And so just wondering how other people were interpreting that, or if that's going to be the same or if it's going to be different with pre-K.
Well, and if I get selected at 5th grade and I have 3 siblings, do my siblings get to come too? I mean, that's a question, and then they're supposed to keep them. Once you get in the district, you're supposed to keep them. And then you already have people that you've accepted from out of district, because we always do. And those people are guaranteed to have a space in your district, supposedly under this policy. So you hope they come back. But then the other issue is you don't know how many of your kids have put into the lottery, so you don't know who you're going to lose. So you could have a district out there like Hamilton that a few years ago had 54 students. And if 6 of those students put in to go to Madison or Eureka, and they lose 6 of those kids, their whole budget is based upon, I mean, they, at that point in time, years ago, they had a K1 classroom, a 2-3, a 4-5, because they only had like 8 students in each of those classes. So now all of a sudden I'm down to 4 kids. Am I going to have a K3 or a one-room schoolhouse? I mean, these are the issues that are also going to, because parents aren't going to know, and then they're splitting their kids up, where I'll have some kids going an hour away and I'll have other kids going to the community school. This is all telling about the confusion out of the field right now on this. And having been a superintendent, my head would be spinning around, and I would have set my limits extremely low. I would have said,
It's okay for me to weigh in here real quick.
please do.
So I represent USD 329. Well, Bunsey, we are a rural district, 435 students. I can speak directly to the experience of crafting these policies. I believe, and I can only speak for myself and my immediate colleagues that I've worked with. What we got from the state were some general guidelines to keep people from going too far off the rails. But I think there's a lot of superintendents that, their boards have passed policies already. We were required to have those passed. So this should be available to anybody to request from the district to read the language. I think we had 2 gigantic worries. One is how to make sure this remains student-centered and includes consideration for all of our students, identified students included. And the other part was how this was going to be tested over the next year to 2 years, because there was no one-size-fits-all approach to this. So districts all went out and cobbled their own policy based on some loose guidance language that was provided. And I believe everyone did their best. But you may have some quite a bit of variance from district to district just based on who was at the table, what their what their life experiences were, what their budgets looked like. A lot of factors and influencers on how these policies will look. So I wish I could say that we were given a crystal clear template to work with, but that was not the case. We're trying to stay within the guidelines, try not to hurt any kids or exclude any kids, but we had to craft a very difficult policy very quickly.
Thanks, Troy.
Bert, I have a clarification question.
Sure.
Does the open enrollment, like, is this only pertinent to the beginning of the year, or can a family decide throughout the year to change?
It's my understanding it's during the open enrollment that you would join the lottery. It doesn't stay an open door throughout the year.
Okay.
I mean, they at least secured that you'd have your account by the 20th of September, unless they decide to change that this year. But no, my understanding is once the open enrollment occurs and you put in for the lottery and you're selected, then it's your one time a year.
I'm just thinking about like those families who maybe do get an apprenticeship program 30 minutes away, and that district's counting those people September 20th, and then by October 1st, the family realizes this isn't sustainable. That then they can go back to their neighborhood district, right? They can go back. They can always go back to their local school district. They just won't get an account, but they can always go back because their local school district is obligated to serve them, right?
Yes.
Or what happens if they're overpassed?
It doesn't matter if they live
Doesn't
there.
matter.
They're a resident. But they can't go to
And
another
they won't get
district.
it. Because we saw that first schools. We would have students at the beginning of the year, but then they would leave us, and then and that's one reason we would continue to take students throughout the years, because we know that to help offset that. I always feel bad for those districts who just lost out on that funding when we only have the students for a month.
We'd have them enroll on the 21st.
Yeah.
And the district they were enrolled in on the 20th, funding, and we did. And you just plan your budget around your prediction. And it's always a range.
I just think that would be hard. I just think that there's going to be a honeymoon period for those families that they're going to think that they can make this work, and then they're going to see that it's not sustainable. And having districts prepare for that yo-yo.
But weather like this, and I've seen people miss some of that one, and these are in session, these are 2 hour delayed. Parents are going to get tired of having to play the game between the two districts. I guess that's a choice you make if you put your child's name on the lottery. There's a lot to be desired here, I guess, and what the reality is going to look like once we get to school in August, September. But I think they knew this, and they refused to look at issues like transportation when they were brought up. So they're just going to let it play out. And the way they put it is you can provide it if you want to. So what other questions are concerning? Besides my teeth are hurting.
Probably you guys can answer this now or not, but related. I was wondering about that vacation. There's supposed to be that 6-month delay before you can. Is that going to be put on hold for this year because so many students are moving? Or
that's an outstanding question.
Bert, could you repeat
Hi,
that
this is-
question?
Yes, the question is acacia rules. If you enroll in a different district, you have a time where you can't participate. And it seems to me that now that they have a bill that's going to allow virtual students to come to the building to participate in acacia activities, there's going to be a concern about whether that's immediate or whether they have to sit out, or how acacia is going to interpret that. Because acacia sets their own rules. So I would say that acacia rules are going to apply unless they get amended. And they are amended through the members who are principals, superintendents, and athletic directors. Those sorts of people are the ones that are setting those rules for the entire state. So we'll have to look and see what happens. So stay tuned for acacia and what's going to happen with the participation opportunities for these students.
So to sum this up, I think there's a lot of stuff we do not know about open doors, but I think we do know our mission of SEAC is to make sure we address unmet needs and I think it's important for us over these next 6 months, 12 months to look for these areas and to speak up about them. We won't know what all those areas are, I think, until September. So, but I think that's something we will want to be very attentive to so that we can bring those forward and make sure that our kids have the best. Thank you, Brian and Bert, for bringing that up. It's 11:11. I think we probably have time to go ahead and talk a little bit about special education and virtual schools. Lena, do that before lunch. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine with me, Marvin.
Okay, I don't think it'll be that long, but some of it touches on the same stuff that we've been talking about. I think we went ahead and put together a slide of what you sent us, and you can go ahead and, do we have a slide for that?
No.
No.
There it is.
Oh,
There's a little data.
It's right there. Should be the next one.
I think this is the deal.
It is. We didn't get the slide in there.
Okay. Let's see if I can, Lena, do you have that data chart probably? Can you share your screen perhaps?
Yeah, let me bring it up and then I would be glad to do that.
And yeah, make it big for us in the back.
Okay, is that big enough for you in the room?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. So the last time we met for SEAC, we were talking a little bit about the number of IEPs in the virtual programs and realized we didn't have good data on that. So I put in a request for some data on behalf of SEAC. And so what this first table shows is each school year. So this would have been 2023 would have been last school year. And so SPED Pro is the number of IDEA IEPs that were in a virtual setting. And then virtual is just the total number of students who were enrolled in a virtual school on the September 20th count date. And so the IEP count date is the December 1 count. And so what I think is, so interesting is here in this 2020 school year. So, we all know what happened there is that we nearly doubled in the number of IEPs in a virtual setting. There was an increase, obviously in the total number of students in virtual, but doubling almost in IEPs, I think is probably why we have some of us directors who are pulling our hair out trying to figure out how best to support these students. And we really have stayed at that relatively high level. We had a little bit of drop between 22, 23, but we're still quite a bit higher than we were the previous years. And then table 2 looks at the end of year data. And so the number of IEPs again that are IDEA IEPs in SPED Pro at the end of year reporting, and then the end of year reporting for virtual. So, if we compare even, the 2023 data, in December, there were 1,165 IEPs. By end of year, it was 1,574. And so I think, there's definitely this reinforced for me why this has been so challenging for us, because the growth has just been tremendous in a short period of time. But anyway, that's really about all I had to report, was just to know that this data has been received and here it is.
Lena Marvin here. There's a number of people that are not special ed administrators and do not know what you all have to do to support this. Can you give a 2-minute synopsis of what all this extra work is involved?
Well, every virtual program is a little bit different. And so some virtual programs operate where they have teachers that teach live lessons. The kids, join. And if they can't join, those lessons are recorded and the kids watch those. Some virtual programs offer more like what traditionally is credit recovery, like Acellus, Odyssey-ware, Edgenuity, those kind of things. And that is maybe the sole curriculum, more self-paced for the students. There's certain requirements in terms of checking in with students and how that works that are on the virtual side of things. But for the special ed side, we could have students with a variety of different needs in a virtual setting. It could be just a student who has a speech language impairment and get some speech services, so we could deliver that via Zoom or something like that. But the issue with virtual, like our public schools, we can't put criteria on there that says that kids with a certain type of disability can't enroll in a virtual setting. So when you get a student who maybe is coming from a day school setting, or maybe is significantly involved with OT and PT and cognitive needs, and you're trying to support them in a virtual setting, that can become really challenging. And so a lot of our schools, some are K-12, some are K-8, some are 9-12, and so across the state, again, we just have a variety of things happening. And then some districts are contracting with other providers, maybe like a service center like Greenbush or Orion or ESDAC, while others even contract with private companies. And there's been some issues with private companies. We haven't really had issues with the service centers. They're pretty good to work with. But some of the private companies don't even want to share the data with the special ed co-op or interlocal. So then they don't even know that students with IEPs have enrolled in those virtual settings, can't get copies, things like that. So, and with the virtuals, a lot of districts are taking out of district students. And so, as you're trying to plan, you really have no idea how many students to plan for. And then they may be located in various parts of the state. So if you have an initial evaluation you have to do, and you're in Hutchinson and the student lives in La Crosse over in Western Kansas, it can get a little bit challenging to try to figure some of those pieces out as well. So it's just been a giant learning curve for a lot of us. And there's been just as you can see, a significant increase in the numbers.
Lena Marvin again, and some of these things I don't know. I know virtual funding is not the same as the regular funding. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I don't have specific knowledge of how it is funded, but I do know it's different.
I think it's about a $5,000 flat fee or somewhere around. Does virtual get any sped weightings at all, or the other weightings? I don't know.
Well, I don't actually know that. Maybe Dr. Pitch can weigh in on that. I assume that there is some kind of weighting if students have IEPs in a virtual setting.
Maybe that's a question I can ask Dean later.
I don't have an example of that in my district that I'm aware of. because I mean, it would have to be, amended into a student's IEP specifically, that language have to go in there because there is language in the state saying we can't have a student in, oh, this is in virtual learning. I just don't have an example of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, the district that enrolls the student would get the count. So if the district is Elkhart, for example, and they have a private provider that provides the program through a contract, then we've been talking to Southwest Plains Cooperative because they're required to put the kid in the system, and then they have the child submitted to the SPED Pro system so the count can occur. But as far as dollars, unless Elkhart counts those kids as Elkhart students, which they do, then the dollars flow to Elkhart based upon that, and then they have the contract of how that money goes back to the private provider. It gets a little convoluted. I know when I had my students, they were enrolled at West Elk, so I had to count for them. And then I had a contract with the virtual program to provide the curriculum for my students. So they collected money to provide the services. And then I got the head count on those students through the virtual count, which is different. Because when you're in a virtual program, if you're an adult student, you were getting so much per course that you took. And then if you're elementary, then you got so much funded for being an elementary student. So it's a very difficult process. Dr. Fernikoff and Dr. Kelso on the CSAS team are actually the two folk that coordinate the virtual program for KSDE. So we can always follow up and ask additional questions so that we can bring information back to SEAC to give you a more accurate picture of how that funding stream flows. But I can tell you that people offer it because there are financial incentives involved in having virtual programs. We used to call it the cash cow because you got the funding and then the students may gain the skills they need or they may not. So I know it's tightened up a lot as far as requirements and concerns, and virtual students are now taking assessments. So we are going to have assessment date on them. So I think accountability has picked up for virtual, but at the same time, as far as the funding stream goes, I know it's been changed across the street. So we'll bring that back to you so we have an accurate dollar amount we can share with you.
But the other thing I wonder, I don't know if this would help SEAC in any way, shape, or form, so I'm just gonna throw this out there. We see the number of students that are in these programs, but who are these students? So see, finding out the primary exceptionality of those students, I think would be helpful to us at SEAC maybe in seeing who are these students that are enrolled in virtual programs. How many were speech language, how many,
That's a Mason question, and he should be able to
should be
pull
able to
that.
extract that. I think. I thought that might help SEAC more than knowing how many is knowing what those students look like.
Okay, you can pull that too. We can bring it back in April.
Yeah, I think, Lena, if we can figure out some other things that we can drill down this data more and break it apart and see where the needs are. My feeling is that we just don't have enough personnel to support them from the sped side. That's what I'm getting from you. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, that's part of it. There are just a lot of challenges, and I would agree with what Bert said. I think things have tightened up in terms of accountability and quality and things like that, but we still run into issues with students that don't participate. If they're not actively participating, there are truancy and things like that. But ultimately, the district can't kick them out of the virtual school, at semester or any other time because they're not participating. They can choose not to re-enroll them the following year. But I mean, we are still struggling with students that we can't give services to because they're not returning calls and things like that, refusing to come to meetings by just not being available. And so, having to work with the virtual school administrators to try to handle all of those issues, it's just a whole new area to navigate because in person, it's a lot easier to catch a parent, but when they don't even live in your community, it becomes a real challenge. And some, quite frankly, are not interested in services, but you certainly don't want it to become a habit of asking parents to just sign their kid out of an IEP because they're enrolled in a virtual setting. But I think there still is confusion on the parts of some parents, that they thought, oh, well, I'm not in the school district or the building anymore, so I don't need that, for my kid anymore. And that's not the way it works. And so there's just a lot, I think, of learning that we all need to do, and collaboration. And it's just come a whole lot really fast, on top of just all the other things that have come, as a result of COVID and managing ESSER funds and all of that, and just trying to have enough staff and administrative time to navigate it all is just challenging.
Thank you, Lena. Before I say something else, does anybody else have something? Sure. Lena, you mentioned the private companies as well, that you have some issues on them working. And I don't know if these are private companies that are based here in Kansas or outside of Kansas, or where they are. Is there anything that we need to do to address, to somehow encourage that correspondence, especially if there's IEPs involved?
Well, I think Bert's been in touch with one of the interlocals who's really struggled with that this year. And my experience with the private company we worked with and we're no longer working with, so my issues kind of resolved itself. But I'm not sure, what the role of SEAC might be. I don't know if Bert has a thought there. I'm not sure how many districts are working with private companies. Yeah, I'm just not sure.
Well, the real issue comes down to the school can always say that the fate for the child requires the child to be on site. And the parent can say, I'm enrolling my child in a virtual program. At that point in time, the district has two choices. They can either provide all of the IEP services for that child, which one of our agencies in Kansas is doing, or they say that this is the limit on the services that we see that would be appropriate, and then the parent enrolls that child in that virtual program absent of receiving a full FAPE. And it's a parent's choice. We have a Q&A document we've developed here at KSDE, which I will send to all of you, which is our virtual Q&A that explains that. But if that school district decides they're going to provide all the services, I don't know how that's possible when the child is in a virtual environment at home or at a grandma's house or in the shed in the back, which has a first, second grade put on the door. I don't know how those services can be provided absent of adults and people providing the support. And that was my problem with the virtual program and why I had it 1 year. And by the end of the year, out of the 9 students that enrolled, I had 1 that completed 3 classes. And I said, I am done. We are not doing this anymore. It was not good for kids. Now you have vendors that are providing supports like in Elkhart. You have the vendor who's providing the support at Jeff West. And they are providing the special ed teachers, and they are saying they're taking care of the IEPs and all the services. So that is happening currently. And then you have other systems that the school district is trying to provide all of the special education supports and services, because as Troy said, we're interested in serving kids and doing what's best for kids. That virtual program for most students with disabilities that are already behind in content. Without direct instruction, I don't know how they ever improve their content. So they're in virtual for 3 years, they come back to the school and they're 2.5 years behind. That's my problem for a lot of these kids, but the parents don't want to deal with the dress code. I had that happen. That they didn't want to deal with the principal anymore because they didn't like the principal. They didn't want DCF knocking on the door again because it already happened 3 times. And so they all wanted to go to virtual, and they were all back at semester because of truancy. Because they're supposed to attend 25 hours a week, and they're supposed to log it, And if they don't log in and they don't show up, then you're supposed to find them truant, in which case one of your choices, bring them back to the school. Which is what we did with all the elementary students by November. So you can tell I'm not a big fan. I think for some kids, it probably is appropriate. If you've got a child that really is accelerated and doesn't do well in social settings due to whatever gaps, I think it's great. But I think it's a parental choice that we're allowing and that we're actually across the street, we're complimenting and promoting. And I don't know that we have the data to support that our kids are getting an appropriate education. But again, it's a parental choice, and therefore it is supported by our legislators. And there you have it. And it does bring in a lot of money for school districts. So we've got a lot that we need to research on it. But Lena, what you found out is that there is supposed to be this committee meeting. And I don't know that anybody's ever reached out to you over that open special ed position.
Yeah, Dr. Kelso did send me a link or something, and I filled out what she asked me to fill out. So, but I haven't heard anything since then.
Well, I hope you do, and then you can provide us with direct feedback on what's being addressed, and you can address your questions directly to that council or that committee.
Yep, and I'm happy to, continue to lead this charge too for SEAC if there are, specific questions that members have, like, I'm happy to talk with Mason about exceptionalities and obviously if there's less than 10 in a subgroup, we're not going to be able to get that exceptionality listed, but I mean, I'm happy to do whatever on behalf of SEAC.
Lena, I think SEAC would appreciate if you continue to do that. And I'm hoping you get on that committee. And I'm hoping then that in April we'll have some more data we can look at. So thank you for volunteering to do that.
Yeah, so if anyone does have specific questions, if you want to send them directly to me or to Marvin or Bert or, just somehow let us know what you want to know. That way I can make sure I'm asking the right things.
And Lena, I'm assuming you're talking to some of your other administrators about their questions as well on virtual.
Oh, yes.
I figured.
It seems to be a hot topic, but I will send you all the Q&A documents put together several years ago for virtual programs and students with disabilities.
Lena, I emailed Mason and I'll follow up with you.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Well, it's 11:33. We're a few minutes to lunchtime. I'm assuming lunch is coming or here. Or
It's supposed to be coming, but it's not here.
It's not here yet. I don't think we have. We don't have time to get Dean up here for the statewide IEP stuff. Oh, Dean's up. Well, good.
Dean is ill. He has the flu.
We can maybe get some of the ex officio reports.
Well, then we can go ahead and do the statewide IEP then, because Brian will take it. So, and that's 15 minutes about it in lunch. So Brian, you are back up if you have figured out how to turn on your laser pointer now.
Yeah, so for those of you that missed it, I didn't turn it on. That was the problem. So what I thought we would do, since we just had a short amount of time, if you recall, we went over the statewide IEP, answered questions, and then we gave you a survey. We did that with multiple other groups, directors, families, and stakeholders. So this is what we really have for the update today is the results to show you. I think we got kind of an array. We get parents, legal guardians, special education administrators, teachers. So we had a variety of people responding. This was the end of November of 23. We had 113 responses. And then we did a Likert scale. Joyce, you can go to the next slide. And so this is what you see. And Dean and I operate the same way. And when we're talking, we just vote. We lump 4 and 5 together, and 2 and 3. There was 1 out of 1 But for the most part, about 80%, a little 75 to 80% are pretty supportive of a statewide IEP discussion. So as a refresher, no decision had been made. We were just getting input and feedback from everybody. Is there an interest for us to have that internal conversation moving forward? So I think the results we took as directives to go ahead and do that. So the next steps are internal. So to meet internally with leadership to review this and talk about moving forward and what that looks like. And so we are setting up a meeting with our IT director to touch base with her and Bert and Dean and I, and we're working on that. Dean will do that when it's healthy and back. And then have some internal conversations and leadership, so make them aware of where we're at. And if they're supportive, then move forward. So then we think outwardly, it will be reaching out to key partners and maybe putting together a statewide group or using natural Korean statewide groups to further that conversation. So still no decision about if we're definitely moving forward, what it would look like, whether we build it or anything. So that process, internal and then reaching out external. I think when we talked to Casey, Lena can correct me, I think Dean said maybe 2 to 3 months that we're looking at that process.
Yeah, Dean said that he hoped to have an update for us at the winter conference, which is like February 21st.
Yes, a couple months. So we can do that and then update you after that as well. Yeah. But that's where we're at. That's the update.
Well, thanks for the update. We're gonna go ahead and drop down and get some ex officio member reports. Leslie, are you prepared?
I'm prepared. I do not have a formal report today, so sorry, we're migrating to a new system. Have it next time. But I would like to, I touched on it briefly last meeting, I believe, about a new grant that we have through DCF. And so I want you to know that we have that, and we have people in place now that we can start serving families. So again, those are families birth through age 17. And one child in the family has to have an intellectual or developmental disability. And these are prevention dollars, and so we're just working to strengthen the family and get them the supports they need to keep them out of care. You know, that's one of the big goals. But our work will be very similar to what we already do. You know, our wheelhouse is our wheelhouse, and we're not trying to step outside of it. But we do have an extra component where we have some flex spending funds. So, or I should say some discretionary funds that can be used to help families. So for instance, if a family was in need of some kind of medical equipment, or, you know, even if the family comes into crisis and maybe needs some help for paying a rent for, you know, a month. I mean, just, you know, kind of think outside the box with this. And again, this is very new to us. So we've been really busy developing policies around that and getting things in place. We're excited. It is statewide. We will have a referral process. We've been working with a lot of the local DCF offices as well as the community developmental disability organization. We do, Stacey, I'll just put it in your, we would also like to talk about it at state ICC sometime, because we will be reaching out to infant toddler networks as well, trying to get to the families when their kids are young. That's really exciting. We also have some cool things going on with youth. We have I think what they decided to call it was a Jam Fest, which is a little bit different name for us, but it's the last Saturday in April, and it will be held in the Kansas City metro area. And then our hope is to bring it to the Wichita area in the fall or the spring with some of the same lineup. But I'm really excited about it because it's really focusing on youth and families, but trying to do some creative things with the youth to really get them, you know, involved but also do some leadership training with them. We have the Derek Horn, which I know maybe some of you have seen at OSEP conferences or different places, but he does a wonderful job with youth around leadership. So he will be the keynoter for the families and youth, and then he'll do a special workshop with the students. But there will be some things around, they'll create their own podcast, they'll come up with a song throughout the day. They will have some coding, a breakout that's all about coding from a local Kansas City organization. So just some really kind of innovative things. And excited about that, and excited about I've been working with Dean a little bit just to because we are using some of the relief fund. There you guys know. Yeah. And so we've been using some of those funds to do some of these more creative things, and then figuring out ways to extend the dollars past September by obligating the funds so that we can do that in which other areas of the state. Just something to watch where we'll be getting information out about that. And we're also working in an alternative school in Olathe, doing the NEAT program there. So just kind of some new things going on at the same time as all of the business as usual things that we do.
Thank you, Leslie. Anybody have any questions for Leslie?
Leslie, what's the name of the program?
It's the FAST program. It's for Family Advocacy Support and Training.
Is that considered a wraparound type program, Leslie? Because it seems to me we had one at Westdale that we got through Fort County Mental Health that we applied for. We all went to week-long training. And then we would provide the family whatever they needed. But what it did was, through outreach, we got American Red Cross, we got United Way, we got other organizations involved through that wraparound. It didn't take just the grant, but provided those opportunities for families to understand what networks were available within the community to support them if the grant funds ran out.
And that's a really, and that's a very big part of this is building that community support. And so those people will have an outreach plan of the people we hire. And right now we have someone hired in Wichita. We have some interviews this week. I think we're real close to hiring in Southeast Kansas and also someone for the Southwestern part of the state. I think there'll be a total of 6 new people out there helping families across the state. So we're super excited about that. But yes, I love wraparound, and I think we can't do it alone. And so we'll be trying to build those communities around those families. We're also our justice, the program that we're doing right now with justice involved families in Johnson County has also extended to parts of Southeast Kansas. And I think I'm really seeing, right now we're working very closely with Fort Scott High School, and the superintendent there has been really great working with us. Yeah, and he's literally making referrals. He's really good to work with, but they have such a great community team around these families. And so, replicating that in different ways with this new grant, I think will be exciting.
Yeah, I'm glad you got the grant.
Yeah, thank you.
That'd be good for families and for kids.
And it's a 2-year. If I didn't say that, it's will be for 2 years and has the possibility of extension.
Thank you. Ashley, are you available online? You might not be Ashley Ann's. And that's okay. We'll come back to you. Mike Burgess, are you online today? I don't think you were earlier. Yeah, Jim, I think you are.
I am.
Very good. Can you give us an update on anything from the State Board of Ed?
Well, we're looking forward to meeting with SEAC here in February. And I believe it's on Wednesday morning. Is that right?
Yes.
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 February 14th, hearts and flowers.
Well, we have a lot to talk about, and it would be good to start the conversation with board members regarding open enrollment, Kansas Activity Association, virtual. And There's some big issues coming down the road that are going to be impacting and our students, and there'll be a lot of voices with the different organizations, some of which I just identified as we move forward. So I think this conversation coming up, Bert, we might want to, with Marvin and maybe a couple of others, look at just how we're going to address these issues when we visit with the board.
It's a great idea, Jim. We can get Jennifer, Lindsay, and Marvin, our leadership group, together, and if they want
Yes,
other members, they can, and just kind of map out that plan, because that's just 3 weeks away.
exactly. And like I said, just the issues that you've dealt with this morning are big issues coming down that impact different entities like the Activity Association and the board, and they have a say in it. So let's get their temperament and get them on board.
Great plan.
Okay, let's find a date when we can all kind of get together. I don't mind driving to Topeka, or Marvin lives in the same neighborhood as me, so you might want to drive down here.
That was good. Thanks, Jim. We all look forward to having that breakfast. That's one of my favorite times of the year. I know we mentioned it a couple of weeks ago, so I'm glad that we were able to reschedule it. It's worth that extra trip. And if that's the one time in the year you come in person, for those that live out west, please try to make that in person, because having these conversations with our board members across the state makes a world of difference. So.
Both the formal presentations are important, but the breakfast is also important for those conversations that can be far-reaching, or at least grow in terms of personal relationships.
Okay, well, thank you. We're going to go ahead and take our break for lunch. We'll take an hour, and we'll come back at 12:45, and we'll see you then.
Y'all have a good lunch. We'll see you later. We're gonna start in about 4 minutes, those of you online.
Well, you can't say unless we want the same stuff, because I know what to expect.
But then.
Yeah.
There's only one thing.
I think you're right.
Well, that's-
Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
Are we unmuted?
Yep, we're unmuted.
Well, welcome back. As everybody comes back from lunch and comes back online, we hope you enjoyed lunch. We had a great Jason's Deli lunch here, so thank you for organizing that and putting that together. It is always appreciated. We do not have a whole lot of things left to do on the afternoon, but some of them are big ones. We will have the go to the SEAC annual report first, then the ESI report, and then finish any updates that we have. Bert, we're gonna go ahead and start with the SEAC annual report that we'll be presenting in 3 weeks to the board.
Yes, in February. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with our process, SEAC provides an opportunity to do a summary annually of the work that we did the year before, and we align it with the federal domains or requirements where they look at the priorities for a special education advisory council. And so what I do annually is I will type up a summary from the minutes that describes what was discussed, who presented it, and a brief summary of it. And then I align it to the activities by priority. So what you'll find, I hope you got a copy of this. If you didn't, I know that Joyce can send it out again. But we provide the state board then with a copy of our report. It is an information item. They don't have to approve it. But it talks about, I do a letter, I have a secretary's report where I talk about things that we worked on this year. And I'll just read that paragraph. The SEAC meetings were held hybrid, both virtual and on-site, during the school year to ensure the health and safety of our SEAC members. SEAC continued to advocate for each student to receive appropriate special ed services in lieu of each child's circumstances. Topics reviewed by SEAC this year included SPP APR indicator data submitted in January 2023, license alternatives, the differentiated monitoring system domains that will be reviewed by the Office of Special Ed Programs, an update on the adopted graduation requirements that will be in effect for the class of 2028, an update on state assessments, including the alternate assessment, and information on how the individual plan of study for each student beginning in grade 8 aligns with the individual education program outcomes for students with disabilities. So those were our major topical areas. And then we give them a summary of the Kansas Special Ed Advisory Council, including the areas, the 6 key areas that we focus on. And then we list the board vision and mission, our SEAC goal, which is to advocate for an educational system that achieves excellence, equity, lifelong learning for each student with an exceptionality in Kansas. And then we have our SEAC beliefs. And those are that we're going to partnerships, increase collaboration for better services. Visionary leadership is essential for appropriate services to meet the needs of each student. Innovation is essential to the process of lifelong learning. A child service system must be provided in an integrated and collaborative manner. Education is an evolving process that requires innovation, continuous growth, and evaluation. And we focus on the needs of each student because they must be met. Then we list our council membership, including our multiple chairs last year, which is interesting. And then we talk about what board region, we talk about do they meet the majority rule. A majority rule means being a person with a disability or having a child from birth to age 26 with a disability, which by the way is the majority of our members. And then we talk about the board region that that person works in or lives in so that we can be representative across the state. Then we describe our council leadership, our operational standards, which include the meeting dates and locations, and then what we accomplished in a very brief report, which aligns with what I shared earlier. Then we have the different priority areas, and then you'll find an area focus, the data source, and the date completed. So every meeting I would do this summary, and then I type this up, and I send it to the AA support, and then AA support helps me, Pat Bone in particular this year, as Joyce, by the way, we have not introduced Joyce appropriately, but Joyce Royals has replaced Taylor Love.
What's AA?
Administrative assistant. And so Alicia is helping us out as our partner with Joyce so that we have the two working on our running our program. But as far as the alignment here, then it's multiple pages and it talks about what we accomplished, what we worked on throughout the year. And then you can read that at your leisure. And then we have acronyms, which is only 2.5 pages, but probably should be 6. Because I know some that aren't on there, because I was hearing our fine attorney talk about the IDC earlier, and I was thinking, well, the IDC, what would that mean? Because he didn't describe that, so I'm gonna let him tell you what IDC is. That's Brian I'm talking to.
I know.
He's thinking, IDC.
He didn't say it because he's not sure.
Oh, it's the IDEA data center, exactly, and that's where we get support for a lot of our programs here. They provide a lot of support around collecting data for us and helping us to evaluate our data. And they provided direct support for our SPP APR submission. And they've done the template for indicator 3, which you heard about, which were the assessments. So they've helped us to align the standards around how we report that so that we were prepared, because unfortunately this year, the federal government was not going to have our assessment data uploaded until tomorrow. Well, it's due February 1. So if we hadn't gone ahead and done a prediction of what we thought the data was going to be, and most states haven't, then they're going to be scrambling to try to take that data and is it clean data? It's the first thing we have to evaluate. Do they have errors in this data? And then if we have to report it by February 1, we have to report it even if it has errors in it, because we've been told that we will be found non-compliant for timely and accurate if we don't submit by February 1st. Then you get the clarification time where you can go in and submit your data, which is in April, when they notify you that they've reviewed it, but they need you to look at these items. But anyway, back to our report. So that's what we'll submit to the state board, and then we have a conversation with them. They like to engage us in conversation, and so that will be Marvin and Lindsay and Jennifer if she's available. Our leadership team then will provide that. And normally in the past, it's been our chair. And then I'm there to help with anything that comes up about why do you do it this way or So are there any questions on that annual report? I tried to be as global as I could without repeating the, 110 pages of minutes from last year. Because our minutes, a lot of people have complained thinking, why do we have such, what I want to call it, extensive minutes? Well, one of the things I like is it's very clear about clarifying who said what they said, what the discussion was, so that we really do capture what our council does. I know that one of the states received a negative outcome because they don't have a special ed advisor. And it is a federal requirement, so now they're going to have to put one together and train and do what we've been doing here in our state for multiple years. Because I was on the council originally in like 1995. I think it was 94, 95. When I got invited to a meeting by Alexa Hosny, and I thought I was coming to hear how we could decrease the paperwork. And I was introduced as being there to talk about how we could decrease the paperwork. So I pivoted very quickly and talked about limiting the number of pages of the IEP for one thing, and not being redundant in the way we report things. But anyway, 8 years and now here I'm back again for this opportunity, which I very much enjoyed. All very dedicated to the cause of serving each student with a disability to the best of your ability, and being here to support the work of those that are providing those direct services. So I really appreciate you all. But Marvin, that's what we'll report to the board.
Sounds good. I have the copy that was sent to us about a month ago. If you had a chance to look at that, and I did mention this, so we may have corrected some things. Troy, we still had an old email address on this report, so I'm not sure if we got that fixed. I think that's when you're still at Kansas City. I know you switched districts now, so.
But this was the membership list from last year. So what this list is who the members were last year. So if the email, when you look at the report, has the wrong information for last year, then let us know and we'll make sure we get it up to date.
Yeah, so I know Troy's needs to be fixed. He's been in his new district a couple of years already. So we might, so if you can check yours, that was the only one I caught when we were going through this, but Bert put together a great report, I'm sure, all those minutes about them. I've read it and hopefully you guys have had a chance to read it through. This is something that we need to take an action item on. So I'm willing to entertain a motion to adopt this as our annual report for 2022, 2023 with any email corrections that.
Okay, Marvin, this is Lena, and I'll make the motion, and I would request that my personal email not be on the report, but my work email instead.
Will do.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I second. Troy Pitch, I second.
Okay, Troy, and if you've got an update on your membership information, please send it to me and I'll make sure I get the correction before we send it on for further clarification to the state board.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Do we have a poll ready to put out? Okay, all in favor of adopting this as our CF report for 2022-23, say aye or press the button on the poll. Aye. Okay, has everyone voted? That is here and able to vote?
I think Lindsay had a meeting she had to go to.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. The Bert and leadership team will be looking forward to reporting this to the state board sometime after breakfast on the 14th.
Yes.
Okay, our next agenda item is our annual report on the emergency safety interventions. Trish will be bringing this report, and I believe then this report is presented to or given to the legislature at some time.
Yes, so 2 weeks ago, the legislature requested this information and it has been written, looked at, sent, approved. But I felt it's very important to make sure that we also have access to that information here, and Dr. Watson has asked. They only had 20 minutes on the February board agenda, and so he's gonna have me come in December. He's asked me to present this also to the Board of Education, because there are some changes, but also to, at the very end, tag on our discipline updates. And so in this presentation, I'm going to do ESI, but I always love to split the hair because emergency safety interventions, if we go to the next slide.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Keep me off and.
Do you want me to share my, I'm getting one.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
That's fine. You got it. So I'll just keep talking. You guys have access to the slides, but the regulation changed on May 9th at the board meeting. And so basically these updates, we're really making sure that we clarify, we're talking about restraint and seclusion used only as a last resort in an emergency. And so it just gave us some really good clarifying language, and that's that regulation number there if you need it to source. The next slide goes into our definitions of restraint, which would be a physical engagement or if a student emergency has occurred. Once that is resolved, you immediately disengage. So when we have a seclusion, that is a removal, not engaged in academic instruction, and they don't think they can leave. Sometimes they don't think they can leave. Sometimes they've been told you cannot leave because we have a safety issue in our midst. Those are the definitions for emergency safety intervention. So if you go to the next slide, the data we have here is from last year's school year, where I'm going to constantly have to be reminding myself. So if you hear me slip up, I'll give you a piece of candy after the meeting, because I have been living in indicator 4 world, which is lag data, and this is last year's data. So when we look at our data from last year, what we know is the total number of incidents reported were 7,291. The average duration was 1 minute. The average age of kiddos that have been receiving restraints are 9, which is age appropriate. They still haven't learned how to not hit, bite, spit, those type of behaviors. When our duration is 1 minute, it means it's kind of being used as self-regulation and calming most times. So this is a very big improvement from last year's data because the age was way lower, and that means we're using good self-regulation and social emotional skills in our earlier grades, and the duration of the minutes was much higher. It was 9 minutes as opposed to 1 minute. So they're engaging, they're calming, and they're disengaging. So the number of schools that were included were 1,477. Does anybody know the total number of school buildings in Kansas? 1,486. So almost every school had at least one, okay? So there's times when we have kiddos that we just have to keep them away from a peer for safety reasons. Now, the second set of data that I have on the next slide is about our seclusions. So in order for this to be counted, this means it met all 3 prongs. They were removed or the class was removed. Instruction was not given because it was going to be deemed it's going to escalate it, make it worse. And the kiddo either didn't think they could leave or they were told they could not leave where they were at being secluded. So total number, 8,283 incidents of seclusion. Average duration that they were away from their class or instruction, 5 minutes, which was a big improvement from the year before. And average age of students receiving seclusion, was 8, which that used to be much higher at older ages, which means we're using better verbal, I mean, in my world of what I do every day, our verbal de-escalation is getting so much better. Schools are putting things in place where you're instructing them as they're dysregulated, helping them get regulated and getting them back in the class. And if it's instructional, it is not seclusion. We're still instructing. So I think that our regulation really has made a difference in our data. Now, when we talk about these next sets of data, this is where it kind of gets wow. Okay, so when we look at the number of seclusion and restraint reports with IEPs, there were 7,291 kiddos. Are you seeing the?
7,001. Where did that?
Okay, total. So that would be adding those two together. Yeah, the total number of restraints. No, great clarifying question. I'm looking at my notes and I didn't look up the picture to make sure. Okay, 7,291 total restraints in the year. 7,143 of those were with students who had an IEP or a 504 plan, which is what we would generally suspect. 61 of them were with kiddos that were just with a 504. So it kind of splits between IEP and 504. Now we will get another number in another slide that gives us the total number of seclusions and restraints, including regular ed. Because when we talk about emergency safety interventions, this is not a special education topic. This is a regular education topic. This happens with any kid that's in a school that needs it. We give kids what they need, and sometimes this is what they need to get back to their baseline. So when we talk about the restraints or seclusions, our total number was 8,283. 7,883 of them were with students who had IEPs. 100 of them were with students who had a 504 plan. We go to the next slide. So our total number of restraints altogether, IEP, 504, and regular ed was 8,135. So our regular ed kiddos had 931 restraints. This is a chart that our data on kiosk picks out, so that's why I broke some of this out. The number of seclusions total was 16,659. And no, that's restraints and seclusions. Sorry, let me restate that. Total restraints and seclusions with all kids was 16,659. The number of seclusions were 8,524. So let's go to the next slide. If you look at the restraints and seclusions, we also have that broken down within our SPED population of students who were in SPED Pro that had a behavior plan, as opposed to those who didn't have a behavior plan. Now, when I say that, I want to make sure you look at this data. At the time of the incident, they either had one or didn't have one. So one of the things we've been looking at and making sure we're talking with schools about is if you have baseline data that you're having multiple seclusions or multiple restraints, at what point are you re-engaging a functional behavior assessment? When are you getting the teams together? When are you maybe decreasing minutes in whatever setting, if it's a specific setting that we know it's frequently happening? And when are we putting a behavior plan into place, and what does that look like? Is it trauma responsive? Is it giving them positive childhood experiences, so the positive behavior interventions? So it's addressing all of those topics. The maximums is the next. So the maximum number of physical restraints one kiddo had, 186. When I get this data, this is where I work with our TAC team members, which Deb McVeigh has been, in the year that I've been doing this, she's like my bright shining spot when we talk about ESI, and she's now like trying to fully retire on us. But we have two amazing ladies, Karen Nemechek and Mary Smith, who are coming alongside her, and they helped do some of the work in the district this last semester in the fall. So if you're getting phone calls from those ladies, It's because we have a chart that says your school had the maximum number. And it's not because you're in trouble, it's because we need to know what supports do you have, what is available, what do you need? Is there more training? How can we come alongside you and give you the technical assistance you need so this decreases? Now, the kiddo with 186, I can tell you, there were days he didn't get restrained. I can tell you that because they went and they did the investigation, they look at all the data. Sometimes it was multiple times a day. And they did use that. They identified some baselines and like it's every Monday. Well, if we've gone 3 or 4 days without eating on the weekend, those could be. So looking at that data helps drive some of the stories, and we need people to tell their stories and give us accurate data so that we can give the support that people need. And then the maximum number of seclusions was 225. So most schools don't have more than like 180 days on their school calendar in SpedPro. This kiddo had some multiple during the day, but he also had extended school year. And we don't delineate between were they extended school year or not. So knowing these stories and having those ladies that go out and provide that assistance in the field helps a lot.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is that student that had the maximum number, were they identified special education?
Yes, both. And these were 2 separate students.
But they were
Yeah, and they were both special ed students, and they did have baseline data. And they ended up with one didn't have a behavior plan, one did. So very good question.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, this is physical restraint incidents at 186. How many, it's because the reporting, one event within 20 minutes could have 5 or 6 restraint incidents in the way they're broken down. So is that potentially only 100 events? Or, I mean, can you clarify that?
Those are great questions, and that is what we ask when we do our follow-up. So say I have you sitting next to me and I have to do this, you trying to reach over to grab Deborah. Did I count that as 1? Well, if I did this and I didn't physically disengage and I did this and now I went to this, did I count that as 2? Every school does that. That's that local control piece. Every school does it a little bit differently. Some people say every time you touch for a different movement, it's getting counted. Most of the time it's how long were you engaged, and yeah.
So I know in the reports that we do send in, we'll list it out by,
right,
multiple incidents. And so one form for the one student for the one event could have 3 or 4 incidents. And I'm just wondering, and those are where you're going to actually.
Yeah.
There's
touch,
no question.
and it was for safety.
So, and that's my question, I guess. Because we had a discussion 8 years ago, probably, do we report based off events or incidents? Move on to that's why I'm interested.
Yeah. It's a great hair to split because people need to be aware of both. And when they're doing, and I always, when I train for CPI, try and talk to people about, it also helps you if you're in the event to try and keep track as much, and it helps you rationally detach and not get super emotional in the moment. And like, okay, oh my gosh, this is the 3rd time I've had to engage John. I need you to tag me. Now I'm going to be the outside observer because what I'm doing, I might be the escalator. Yeah, I may not know what's triggering.
I was gonna speak, the training that I received for counting those and for doing observations by behavior analytic, professional, was whenever the chain of behavior stopped. So if the chain of behavior is continuing, you have 3 instances of them doing the same, they haven't engaged in another behavior, that still counts as 1 incident. It's time sampling versus counting number of minutes of research practice. So I feel that if there is not a good hold on understanding what it looks like, your data is not good.
Well, and I disagree with that because every school, we would have to do that by disability and by need and by sensory deprivation, and we would have to look at, so this is just general, it's not the specific. And some, like Lake Mary, we have specific places that we know they have areas where they're gonna have more restraints or seclusions, and those are expected behaviors and practices. We still follow up and they still report it just like everybody else does, but they have much more strict because they're using therapeutic boundaries. When we have paras and teachers that are engaging in it, we're regular at school, it's a whole different practice because all they've been trained in is CPI.
Right,
or
no,
may
I'm
score.
not
Yeah.
arguing that, I'm just simply saying for data's sake and making it accurate data, it does lend itself to being, okay, what is really going on here, or how are they counting it, because that would be a good question for validity purposes.
We ask all that when we go do our follow-up. And so when I first sat in the chair, my big question was, okay, so Marvin's school has the kid that has 286. What if my school had 284? We don't just go to the one that has the maximum. Like there's a threshold. If you are above what would be like a kid that just was kind of malfunctioning, and then we looked at the plan and then it took behavior ceased, they put something in place that was working, we may not need to do follow-up. But if there's multiple schools that have high numbers, all of those get contacted by either myself or one of our tax people, because they have to submit it to us in writing. We have documentation of their explanation of how they're documenting and how it is being managed, and then what their responses are to correct if there's issues that are continuing to us. Now, the next slide is about, that was maximum. This one is about ethnicity. And I pulled demographics. So in Kansas, we are 61.6% white in our school population during this 22-23 school year. So white is the biggest number in all of these charts, with physical restraints and seclusions with IEPs, and with the total number of emergency safety interventions, as well as, if you go to the next slide, it's the number of incidents of ESI with people who have a 504. Whites were at the top also, but percentage-wise, it was almost proportional to the population proportions, which is a big improvement, because there have been times we've had certain, districts that have been identified with significant disproportionality. So as technical assistance teams have been working with them, this is showing not just in their discipline reporting, but also in their engagements with emergency safety interventions, which I feel like shows progress. I don't have data to compare the two of them yet, because we've been in the middle of doing our SPP APR, but I do want to take a look at that, because it would be interesting to see the trend lines on that. And since I've only been here 1 year, the trends are, only 1 year of data so far, but we could go dig back and look into that even more. And then the next slide is those without any kind of IEP, 504, any behavior plan. So nothing being reported as far as behavior documentation, and the ethnicities were the very similar breakdowns. So white was the highest, black was second highest, multi-ethnic was third, and Hispanic. We have a 2.9% of our population in our Kansas schools during this reporting period were Asian, 6.1% were multi-race, 0.2% were Pacific Islander, and 0.7% were Native Americans. Okay, and that's how they self-identified during enrollment with their families and on their IEPs. And then this is just another look at all of the restraint and seclusions right next to each other. And then the next slide that I have, Alicia, is gender. You're there, or whoever's. Is that Joyce? I'm sorry. All right, I'm just kind of bouncing between.
You're fine.
Yeah. So while it should not be a surprise to us, and those who have worked at SPED forever, males always get way over identified, and this slide goes to show that, because our males have 12,629 compared to females, who are 2,397, while our population is 51.5% compared to 48.7%. So does that beg the question, we may not be supporting females in that way, or they're getting more supports, or I don't know. Those are really good topics. If somebody's working on reading a topic for doctoral dissertation, that would be really interesting to dig into, how we are differentiating with behaviors between boys and girls in Kansas, because boys are like almost 6 times higher in this area. So I don't know.
Testosterone.
That's exactly.
There's a lot of
assumptions
assumptions that we can make, but I I think I would love somebody to do the data on that so I can report it.
One of us got to miss it.
Yeah, you guys have your dissertation, charge, let me know what you find out, because I know I'm like going down a different rabbit hole for when I go there. But when we look at gender for 504s and the restraints, seclusions, and ESIs, and it didn't matter if it was IEP, 504, or non-identified, boys were engaged way more than the girls, almost 6 times higher. So total overall by gender, we already talked about that in the first slide. Now, the next place that we disaggregate the data is based on our free and reduced lunch population. And in Kansas are economically disadvantaged. And I really hope those of us in this room, online, whoever's listening or reads our meeting notes, I hope that we see we are at 48.3% of our students in Kansas who have been identified as economically disadvantaged. That is based on qualifying for free and reduced lunch. That says a lot about behaviors. We are doing a lot more tier 1 interventions. It is not, and I know this from my work in suicide this last year, the majority, when I'm working on the statewide communities, the majority of our kids who are dying by suicide are tier 1 kids. And I will say that every meeting I get an opportunity to, because we have a tendency to focus our time, energy, and money on tier 2 and tier 3. And our tier 1 kids are sitting in our classrooms, melting down internally and becoming wallflowers. And this is the numbers that we've got to really zone into and pay attention to, because there's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of things that have happened, and we are out of COVID. COVID does not get to carry the weight of this anymore. There's a lot of results that happen during that time, but what are we doing to be responsive and not just informed? We have to shift from being trauma informed and go into the world of being trauma responsive, because we know better. We are going to do better. So knowing that our free and reduced is almost half of our population of students in Kansas, how are we addressing those needs? What do you got, Brian?
Just to clarify, when you say free and reduced, 48% of all students, and then the slide just breaks it down to students with IEP.
Okay, so the number that I gave you, 48.3% of all students, is from our state report.
Okay.
The demographic report on our state report card. Yes, great question. And then when we're looking at these, we have it broke down by ESI incidents based on IEP that are free and reduced, 504 that are free and reduced, which is the next one that I have. Yep. And then the last one is free and reduced, but they don't have an IEP or 504.
Have you ever? I just want, is this a big shift from, because you know, we have like this disparity now in the cost of living versus what the wages are, right? So does it look like the big influx in free and reduced lunch is like a result of that for families that were considered, I don't say no, but not receiving free and reduced, to now we have this huge disparity? And is that, are we seeing some of that?
Some of the, in the work that I do with in Southeast Kansas with our telehealth rocks and they're with K-Meds. Some of the research that they have shared with us is during COVID, a lot of people realized the need for mental health. We have worked so hard to try and get rid of the stigma. And so some of the stigma that has gone away is families who were just scrapping through trying to get their kids food. They're now saying, hey, we're at home, we can't avoid this. Like they can't go to school with their meal. So now they're getting the services and they're willing to sign up for it too. So it's really hard to say which came first, the chicken or the egg. People are actually advocating more for their families because that gap has, I mean, remember groceries skyrocketed and wages stayed the same or didn't really get much better.
Yeah.
And so everything went higher and now people are saying, I have to tap into this because our family has to have this or we're not feeding our kids. And then our parents even really still getting fed. So there's all of those factors that are coming in. It's so hard. That's why there's so many great dissertations out there on these topics, because how would you decide which was, you know, the biggest place to target? Well, we know free and reduced lunch is a big place to target. Regardless of why, we know that number is much higher than the case.
I just feel like the stigma, like you were saying, attached to that isn't so much of a poverty placement anymore, which it once was. I feel like when I was practitioner,
Mhm.
that was versus now, it's kind of like, no, people just don't make enough to
Right.
sustain
Yeah.
what things cost.
Right, yeah, cost of living. Okay, and then the next is going to be, if you go to the one by age, and I intentionally made this small because it's kind of hard to digest a little bit. I'm gonna zoom in on mine. I wanted it all on one page, so if you can zoom in a little bit, Alicia. We literally go all the way to age 2 when we start collecting data on our students, and 0 physical restraints with kids with IEPs at age 2. Well, I mean, that is pulling data. So those of you that aren't familiar with our Part C work, that is pulling data from KDHE, and they do have to report on this. So one of the questions that we get a lot when ESI make it reported is, why aren't you reporting on, why don't I have my own building ID number? And we're like, because you're running a preschool center and that's not an accredited Kansas school. So, but they do still, if they have an IEP, they still have to report on this. So we had 0 physical restraints with 2-year-olds and no seclusions and no ESIs. But then we get to age 3 and we had 8 restraints, 0 seclusions, and that made the 8 total ESIs. So that's how that reads across the line. Now you can look down, and as you get into ages 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they're pretty consistent. There's a lot of them, and those ages are the most frequent flyers. So this helps us identify those supports can be in those ages. This is why that proactive, whether you want to call it social emotional, SECD competencies, when we talk about our Kansas CAN competencies, if we're not teaching problem solving, decision making, collaboration, learning how to be assertive and saying that I need something. I mean, we've got these ages have told us this is when they don't have a voice, they're internalizing behaviors become externalizing behaviors. And we have the data, we need to use the data to drive our evidence-based practices. It's right here. So we can also tell each school if they want to get their data. I mean, they can see their data. They can pull up their own personal reports to look at it, to go to their school board with the data they need to drive the professional development. So then the next slide, this is what the legislature also asks me for, and you can zoom out on this one because it's going to be a lot of words. I don't like to use a lot of words on the page. Okay, yeah, that was a slide for the updated documents on the ESI page on KSDE. So you guys would have the clip there. And then if you look at those, yeah, one more. Sorry. Yeah, one more. I think that might have been in there twice. Oh, do you have the 3 other slides? Okay. I can send these to you if you guys want me to go ahead and report on this. The other piece that the legislature asks us for is the Safety and Security Act for schools, and I've got the Kansas State statute, and that's where I was saying it's going to get really wordy. I mean, they have to report annually, and the information has to be disaggregated. And so the information that gets disaggregated is by level, which is, was it a felony? Was it a misdemeanor? And then was it possession, use, disposal, explosive, firearms, weapons? So those are the 3 categories they have to report on. And then for each of those categories, they have to say, was it a felony at school? Was it a felony on school property? Was it a felony at a school supervised activity? So maybe not your school, but on field trip or at a game. And then was it a felony that led to an arrest or a referral to law enforcement? Like, did they have to take them to a JDC, see a judge, whether a charge was given or not? So those are the 4 different breakdowns of the 3 categories that they have to report on annually. And I'm not going to get into a bunch of these details. I'll get these slides. Oh, thank you. So on that slide, what I want you to know is felonies from last year went down. Misdemeanors from last year, because this is just this year's data, went down, and weapons went way down. Way down. So I know this is heavy information and it can seem really disturbing and nobody really wants to talk about some of these things, but we are making progress. Kids in Kansas are using their words. They're reaching out, they're getting help. Because there's things in place in every classroom, you don't just go to see Miss Leslie when you need to talk about something about my parents. I know that all these people in here are now my people, that we all talk about the same things, and I can talk to Jennifer if she doesn't know, she's gonna send me to Leslie because Leslie's the person that has all this stuff on parents. Kids are starting to get these messages. These are the things we're having communicated to us from our students in the student surveys. So, the next piece is by ethnicity. So the first one was all the big numbers. This is just the broken down specifics. So, again, whites have the most felonies, misdemeanors, weapons, and arrest and referral to law enforcement, and it is proportionate to the population. Now, Black or African Americans are also proportionate with felonies, but misdemeanors was disproportionate and higher for Black students. And that was the only one. Hispanic and Latinos misdemeanors was the highest for their proportion in the race in our Kansas schools. So those are pieces that we can dig into and do some studies on and find out more reasons. Is it certain regions? Is it an area? And so we can look into that information because that's what we have access to. And then last, of course, gender. Males have more felonies, misdemeanors, weapons, and arrests, even though we are about 50-50 in the state. And I mean, there's a lot of theories that go behind those. And coming from corrections, I don't know if I could give an unskewed, statement there, but I do think that there's a lot of gender playing that, we're the man of the house, we still got to be the leader, and when people get desperate, they take desperate measures, and this is definitely an indicator that that's still happening. So, with indicator 4, which Brian did a really good job talking about earlier, that is something we're talking a lot more on restorative practices. That is going to drive these numbers even lower. We're talking about internalizing and externalizing behaviors, working with our TASN projects, with MTSS, with our evaluation teams. If you have data and you want your school to break down what specifically is going on, because some of these numbers, you can get with them. Working with our school mental health initiative, working with our MHIT. The governor has a proposal for a bigger allocation of money in the proviso bill for this next year. Like, we are looking to at least add 10 more schools with the proposal. There were a lot of great conversations this summer in our joint sessions across the street, and Brian helped me talk about that. Molly Baumgartner was asking, why don't we have this available to every school? Well, we'd have to make it would have to be codified into law and not just be a proviso bill. And it wouldn't be a grant, but it would have to be a general allocation. And another thing that I think is extremely encouraging that I want you to know is there's wording in our Kansas law that if a kid is Medicaid eligible and they have an IEP, they can receive their services and get the billing covered in schools. There are groups working to get rid of that and they have an IEP. As you guys saw, we only have about 18% of our population qualified for that in the school right now. And if we had more kids, especially knowing that more kids are now Medicaid eligible, knowing that free and reduced SNAP went way up, we could provide more services to kids and get to Medicaid funding to cover it. And that is going to impact all these numbers. So I really feel like this is an exciting time that we've got to keep collecting data and telling the stories. But I just wanted to come with hope, even though this could be some kind of Debbie Downer numbers.
Trish, on the ESI, do you break that down by exceptionality?
We don't, but I do think that, again, we could ask Mason to help us. He would help link that to the SPED Pro student ID number. I think that but the state data report that they do for ESI, it's not asked on there.
They can do it, they'd have to do a data governance request. So Lena Mason replied, we can't, we'd have to do it like Trish said, but we don't have the ability, he can't.
Right.
So we'll go through data governance, but.
Yeah, and I think I love him because he is on data governance, so I try and,
Right.
yeah, which thank you.
But that's a great question, we could do both at the same time.
The other thing so I'm curious, because I know, like you said, it's not just special education, but when you look at the percentage, it's, overwhelmingly kids that are receiving special education services. So I was curious if, I'd almost like to see what that is looking like by the numbers and percentage over the last so many years.
Trends.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious because being in a setting like corrections, a lot of our behaviors were not always with our SPED population because they were getting services. But the perception with ESI that I really would love to see us change is they know they have to report this on everybody. But what is the data collection requirement for collecting that information on regular ed kids? If you have a fight in your building and you had to take two people apart from each other and they're both regular ed, did they report ESI?
Well, if we're gonna say that, yeah.
Right, it's supposed to be, but that's where, how do we verify if that is actually being followed with fidelity? Right. We know the SPED world does it, that drives our IEP documentation for a baseline for an IEP goal, or for a behavior intervention plan, or a change of placement. But what does that look like? So when
think about that, that's just to me so much, because that makes it look like.
It's hard.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but the case law that we heard about in Omaha also supported that has to change, that shift needs to occur, because when we have people who are being in the process and identified for IEP and they don't qualify, are the schools automatically then triggering 504 processes? Because if we know that behavior has been the thing that's going to identify them, why would we not write a behavior plan on a 504? If we know that a kid qualifies for emotional services through mental health and community behavior health or through our NHIP program, that they sometimes don't qualify for an IEP based on the disability that they've been diagnosed with. So we need to make sure we're still collecting data on any emergency safety intervention, because ESI is for everyone. It's not a SPED data collection.
Trish, I would be curious too. I know you and I talked about this. I will admit, as an administrator, I didn't realize every time we cleared a classroom that was a PSI.
Yep.
And I think if districts start reporting that, that's going to be huge.
Okay, and here's what I've been telling districts when this changed. I told Brian I wish I had $1 for every ESI cleared classroom phone call I took, because if you clear the classroom and say I'm misbehaving, and Deb's like, okay, everybody's got to get out of here. Trish is having a meltdown. I mean, she could say it better than that. Everybody leaves and they go off with Chris to the library, and Deb's in here and she verbally de-escalates me. I'm like, I don't know. I just, I was not able to regulate, and now we're talking, and I'm so sorry. And I think when they come back, we're doing instruction. I was away from my class. She's going to document how many minutes. I would like for ESI to document how many minutes you missed in instruction, even if it's not deemed an emergency safety intervention, because I didn't think I couldn't leave. I was having a conversation and giving instruction on behaviors from my teacher. But if Krista takes the 22 other kids down to the library and doesn't talk to them about their social responsibility when they return back into the classroom, you just had ESI with those 23 kids down the hall because they were removed. And I know that's not getting documented. So but we've had a lot of conversations with, I would venture to say 200 out of the 286 districts were asking. And I'm like, you have to make sure that you're making sure when that class comes back in, you can continue and move on. And that Johnny doesn't have to leave the room because now he's embarrassed, because the kids outside also should be getting instruction on how to return appropriately and be supportive or say nothing at all. You know, those social skills are for everybody, not just the kid who needs the training. And the teachers have got to be able to be instructed in that as well as the parents. Because often the parents are the ones taking them down there, and the teachers in here, and they know they were getting instruction. But what about the kids that were new?
That's the problem, is there's so many different definitions of this that everybody's interpreting it their
Right.
own way. And that's why I feel like the data is not clean.
Well, it is what it is, and it's the best that we have. And I think with changing the clarification with regulation just in May, seeing these increases has been,
Are they just not reporting?
No. I mean, I have a lot of phone, and I don't know if Shannon was taking a bunch of phone calls. We get a lot of phone calls in, okay, this is what happened, and this is what we think, and I'm like, we have the Qualtrics now too. So they can get on that online tool, and they're like, it's saying, and we don't think we should have to report this, and we think maybe we would have before, but, and then I'm like, no, it is right. I mean, talk through it, let's click through it. I click on my computer, they click on theirs, and then we share screens, and we usually Zoom. And I've had a lot of, at least 2 or 3 a week since May. And so people are asking because they want to do it right. And I like that about our educators and families. They don't want to be right, they just want to get it right. And because if a kid needs services, but then I said, are you documenting minutes that they're outside the classroom? Because it's always at the same time every day, and they're missing English. Is it an English avoidance they can't? Let's drill down to why this is happening. Use your data to make your decisions. But you can't also have kids missing multiple minutes of the same class and not think it's going to affect what they learned in that class.
I was thinking more along the lines of the 23 other kids. Like,
And those
who would
23 other kids.
Like,
Right.
Like, that's never going to happen.
So if they're getting instruction with them, or the parent goes down and continues the lesson that we're doing, you know.
We go out to recess.
Well, some people did that, and some people, I mean, I know when I was like, it was, you continued the lesson. And sometimes the parent would stay, sometimes the co-teacher would stay, but it was the ideal when you continue. If you know the topic we're talking about is adding, it might not be the exact same lesson, but you're still talking about adding with your second graders. And so you're on the table in the library, and you grab 2 books, those how many books we have on the table. Keep it going. And so that's what we've been telling districts this whole last year. Keep the instruction moving, or else you have a whole bunch of other ES reports you should be writing.
And that's where it gets hard, because you just had an incident in the classroom that's been going on for a while. And everybody's adrenaline level, including the students, very high. And we're like, let's go to the library and continue our math instruction. They're not learning anything. I mean, I know they're right, it makes sense, but I gotta keep instruction going, but it's very.
I'm encouraging social instruction, because you're right. I mean, if you're trying to get math instruction and you're going to move on like the second episode with the 7th grader, they're not going to get it. You have to know your audience. You have to tailor it towards what they know and are able to do.
And God forbid it's something traumatic that the child engaged in that caused the.
Or broke somebody's classroom toy that they brought for show and tell. You know, I mean,
there might be mental health situations
there, and that's why social instruction is very important.
I know Leslie and I are probably, we've been around a while. And we were on the group way back when. I'm pretty sure the intention was never to write 23 reports on kids that had to do, but we were trying to find, identify the students, make sure that the students that have been identified were receiving resources. And, that has happened. That has come a long way.
2019, that means clarified things, like again, and that never came up. Like so, the rate continues to change. It's never going to come up at anything.
And Scott more than I swear we're going to arm wrestle over this. It's like nobody can break the Qualtrics tool, and I said, I told you I did it the day one when you and I sat down here and had this conversation. Because the first question should be, is there an emergency?
Yes. And that Qualtrics tool does not, even when we presented that 3 years ago. And I've argued with other teachers that you know, every situation is different, and it doesn't look like that. So
Right, so in a situation, if 23 kids are removed, not all 23 of them are in an emergency. So you wouldn't write that, but you also don't want to isolate them, not give them instruction, and then they know they can't leave. So make sure you're doing the best.
I do think it's a good clarification that social instruction
Yes.
is instruction, because a lot of teachers get, oh, that was my English lesson, I can't do that.
Yes, but part of English is problem solving, part of math, we can
Right.
argue that.
Right,
Yeah.
but I think that's something that deal with the teachers
Yes.
and everybody else. Teachers instruct all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, we never stop.
We instruct in the hallway during passing period, sometimes more than we do in certain other settings. Keep your hands to yourself. Yeah. Don't walk on your hands, Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, why is that wet?
Why is everything? Is there anything else you guys, does anybody online have any questions, or is there anything in the chat?
There is nothing.
Thank you.
I know in the past, and we don't need to go through here, usually they're 2 or 3 top guards, you know who they are, and it's usually our specialties. Thank you for being talking to this.
Yeah.
I appreciate, you talked with me during this past year. I appreciate some of the videos that you've made. And I think people need to know that these resources are out there. I assume they're on CAS as well.
Mm-hmm. And Infinite.
And Infinite Tech. So I would encourage districts to get these down to your parents as well, and to your principals. A lot of we started talking 11 years ago that this is a general ed issue, and I still don't think our general ed. And I'm very to say or over half of our superintendents and principals came from 11 years ago.
Right.
So we made big pushes back then, but I think it's time to keep rolling these things out, especially as the clarifications and definitions have changed over the years. But this is still a general ed issue. I know we talk about the bike and stuff. We talk with the leaders of the security team in the school districts in our meetings, and we clarified, yes, anytime you're restraining somebody, these things, I don't like that. But they just need to be documented because, like we said, sometimes it's their first warning sign that there is some issue that needs to be addressed. Thank you for all of your work on this. We appreciate it. Okay. Any other comments about ESI? Okay. We are closing out. We've got some SEAC member reports or updates. So this is the chance for any of our SEAC members to mention anything that they are working on or have done to aid the profession in the last few months. So I'll start with anybody that might be on Zoom and would like to start there. So is there anyone?
Hey Marvin, it's Lena. I don't really have a report. It's really just a question. Wondering where we're at on filling our vacant SEAC positions.
Thank you for bringing that up. We have met online, the leadership team, and we referred, we had a couple questions from some of our applications, so asked for some more information from those applicants. I believe we'll receive some of them back today already, and the intent is after we close this meeting to get together real quick and have a quick discussion. So you might have a good answer by tomorrow.
We
did add, but let's talk about it afterwards. We'll get that out, but we are working on that, and we got some clarification of some people who want to continue that have not been present, and I believe someone that may not have wanted to continue. So we'll get an update on that here in the next couple of days. Thanks, Lena.
This is Luann Barron.
Hi, Luann.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I did want to start with a comment from past November 30th meeting. Lena had sent me a question and looking to analyze some of the students' behavior and some of that data. And so we had mentioned that I would share that with you today with the group at large. So what we did was we did some assessments. And again, these were early in 2018 is when we started these assessments. We assessed 20 students. And then in 2019, we assessed 56. And then the year 2020, we assessed 63. 2021, we assessed 102 students. And then in the year 2022, we assessed 130. So then in year 2023, we assessed 133 students. So remember these numbers, we were assessing in-house and our current staff members were doing those assessments. And we did receive funding for the birth to 3 age group, and then also a fee for service that we instituted last year. So now we do have 4 positions that are filled within our outreach department. And then the year to date, starting assessing year 2024, we've already assessed 54 students, and our projections are we are hopefully going to finish over 135 students. The assessments are, again, targeted birth to age 8. And these students then at that point will age 8 once they turn 9. We stop doing yearly assessments. So again, there are some peaks and valleys, some ebbs and flows, but I hope that answers Lena's question from the last meeting. And then before I continue, are there any questions about that?
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions, so please continue.
Okay, great. And then also for your information, our language assessment program coordinator, Angie Walker, is actually leaving. She is moving to Maine, and our current replacement for her position is Julie Bustos, who will be taking the lead on our language assessment program. Second announcement that I have, our strategic plan. We have already wrapped up our 2020-2023 3-year cycle strategic plan, and that was approved by the State Board of Ed in the year 2020. So that has now wrapped up, and we are beginning our work on our new strategic plan with a new vision. Currently, we are working with KASB and the task force board. And so Lindsay and the interpreter's last name, we are working together in doing kind of a focus group, some community town hall meetings, and ensuring that we get a clear vision and just kind of giving some advance notice. We would like to have as many of Kansas or even SEAC or KASB members to be involved in our town hall meetings and in this process as much as possible to give us some feedback. The majority of our employees, we have 2 campus. We have a dual campus program. We have in-house and then an outreach program. And so we house all of those. We do surveys, looking for information from our stakeholders to disseminate that information. And so that will be released later this spring. So as far as where we are in that process, we did want to receive input from any stakeholders that are external to our school. That way, as we service through our outreach department, we can have a broader impact through those we serve and possibly improve our services through your feedback. And also, we are, let us know what we're doing great too. The last 2 things I'd like to share with you are very, very exciting news. KAD will have the athletic, it's Kansas Athletic Directors. There's we have competitions against other schools. We had hosted for the very first ever a national basketball tournament. It's the Full Miller basketball classic. And so we had hosted that this year. And so with the purpose of smaller schools, similar in attendance size, enrollment size, we had 9 deaf schools from all over the US that were selected to participate. We had over 240 athletes and coaches here and fans here on site to the Kansas School for the Deaf campus, over 400 people total. And our girls team won first place and our boys team won second place in the tournament. And also next month, there will be another large national event here for the School for the Deaf. It's NRCS. It's the NTID, National Association for Technical for the Deaf. It's their regional STEM center, like robotics. And so we will be hosting the 6th national event here, February 9th and 10th. And there will be 23 schools of the deaf nationwide. who will be in attendance. So we'll have 125 students coming on campus for that competition next month. So there's a lot of large events that we're hosting and that we are super excited about that's taking place this spring. And I think that concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Just congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And again, convey our congratulations to your players. It sounds like you did a very great job, and I'm glad you're able to bring some more for this STEM competition as well. So keep up the good work. John, do you want to talk about the Kansas?
Oh, I always want to talk about
I
it.
just want to mention, sorry to interrupt. I did just want to mention real quick that we're bringing our middle school for the robotics team, and we are encouraging our high school students to continue with that STEM competition. And so this we have been doing for like 7 or 8 years now, so it's nothing new, but it has been growing to a nationwide interest, especially among the deaf schools and deaf programs. And so that's all been supported by NTID, National Technical Institute for the Deaf, based in New York. So it's a wonderful opportunity for our students.
That's great. I'm glad they have that opportunity. So, thank you.
Marvin, do we have any more
thank you.
reports before we get to?
Yeah, John.
You go ahead and I'll circle back.
Okay. Do we have any other SEAC member reports? Anybody in here? Well, we'll circle back to you then, John.
All right, thank you. So School for the Blind, Kansas City, Kansas. Real quickly, we have tomorrow what was formerly known as the Braille Challenge. This is the competition for kids who are blind across the state coming in. We now call it Celebrate Access because we're doing more than just Braille. Access for our kids means orientation, mobility, skills, print access, Braille access, independent living skills, social skills, all the things that Trish was talking about, soft skills. So we'll have a full day tomorrow, kids from across the state coming in. A lot of fun, kids look forward to it. We're doing a ton with outreach these days, as you know. Most of our activities, in fact, is not on our campus anymore. Most of it's across the state. We call these events ECC, Expanded Core on the Road. So it's kind of functional skills again, Braille, assistive technology, orientation, mobility, those types of skills and activities on the road. And we're doing an ECC on the road at the Capitol, February 7th. We're doing it advocacy day. So in years past, we would get a table down in the rotunda. But I said, no, I think we need to be out and meeting legislators. So we're going to have kids and teachers down here February 7th, making appointments with legislators, thanking them for their support of our school and for all kids across the state, and then hopefully getting in front of some of the committees. Our school presents to the Senate Ed Committee and House K-12 Committee, so we've been fortunate to get an audience in front of them and thank them. So that's February 7th. We will have, oh goodness, lots of weekend events. So the Trailblazer Weekend spring, we're going to do a blind sports day, May 4th. We have a ribbon cutting for our new track and blind soccer field. We put a blind soccer field in the middle of our track, and we've got a lot of grants and support from nonprofit organizations, the Victory Project, supporting KSDE and Royals charities. And then we take that on the road. So then we don't just do it on our campus. We load it up and take that out to public schools, and not just kids who are blind, really regular students. So we teach them about what does it mean, what does disability mean to you, or what does it mean when you encounter somebody with a disability? What can they do? And it's more education, but again, a lot of fun. Teachers are leading those activities. We take our own staff, our own students, and they're doing education across the state. So we're excited about those types of opportunities. Luann mentioned hosting her basketball competition. Sounds like a great event. We're hosting a STEM competition, inventors competition called Make 48. You've heard me talk about that before. That'll be in the spring, April 12th and 14th. So 6 schools for the blind from across the country are coming to compete and get in on this fun. Our kids have done it 3 times. And this time we're going to mentor. Our kids will mentor and coach and follow the kids from other schools. They get an opportunity to prototype, iterate, communicate, collaborate, present, use all their skills in a competition and then go on to nationals and TV show and awards. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that. I mentioned Lion Sports today. I guess the takeaway is our numbers and outreach have exploded. The requests that we're getting to support schools, and that's a good thing. We really appreciate our SPED directors, our teachers across the state asking for help. That's why we're there. You know, our vision is to help the time. The best place for that to happen is in the child's home school or home district. So that's, of course, we still have a campus on campus program, the summer school program. If you're interested in that, it's gone through the roof. We can't accommodate everybody, so this year we're taking that on the roof. Go to Hutchinson, Dodge City, and Hayes and do 2-day events this summer in those high schools or community colleges or even universities, and do shorter instructional events for kids who are blind, who can't come to all the way to KSDE. So just some of the things that we're involved with. It's budget time for us, so we again get an opportunity to testify in front of the Senate Ed and House K-12 committees and thank them for their support. We're grateful and humbled to be here, and we're again have a lot of gratitude for those who asked for help. We want those services, if at all possible, to be at that local level. Obviously, I'm an inclusionist, but we also want people to say, hey, if that's not working, there are other options, and least restrictive can be for short-term intensive moments at our school. But we always work to get those kids back to their home district to work with us. So that's the update from school from mine. Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you, John. Any questions for John?
Great opportunities that you're providing.
Love you guys. If you've not been to our campus, love to have you come out and see some things that we have going on. We have old buildings that took a lot of hits with this recent, cold snap. A few frozen pipes in these old dorms from the 50s and 60s, but we've got a new sensory garden, a new Eagle Alley, a new track, a new sensory garden. I think I mentioned. Hopefully, a new gym next year. So our kids, we say they deserve nice things too, and so we work hard to keep our old buildings in good shape, in a condition that we're proud of. So come visit us if you can.
Trying to work on a SEAC field trip. Thank you.
We'd love to have you.
I'm going to see if there's anyone else online. Ashley Inns, are you here?
I am.
Oh, thank you. Can you go ahead and give us a Casey update?
Sure. Could I go ahead and share my screen? Would that be possible?
We assume so.
All right. All right, you should be seeing the Casey update. Is that what you guys are all seeing?
Yeah, you're seeing it.
Perfect. So just a really quick update. I think many of you knew we had talked about it, I think back in November. The Special Education Related Services Funding Task Force did meet on January 5th. We have several Casey members who are on that actual task force and very much represented Casey and special education as a field. Very, very grateful for them. Kathy Kao, Amy Hostler, and Monica Ross. We also had several Casey members who were there just to show the support during that time. And then I included in this report, and this will be in your handouts, the link to the recording in case anyone wanted to view that. It was relatively brief as far as legislative meetings go, but there were some recommendations that came out of that. And I think that as an organization, we felt like it was a pretty positive outcome. So the recommendations with the majority of that task force affirming, they recommended the full funding of special education with a phased-in plan for 4 years to attain that 92%. If you'll recall, we've talked a little bit, or a lot about the 92% funding cost and over the years. And last year there was a proposed plan for a 5-year phase-in that was not adopted, but there's been an updated phase-in plan that would get us to that 92% within 4 years. And that's what's been outlined both by our post-legislative audit and has been recommended at least last year by our governor and supported this year too. And then the second recommendation was unanimous, and it was to expand the Medicaid fund codes, so that they are able to access those in infant toddler, in a similar way that other states are moving forward with that expansion in KDHD. Kind of moving down in the report, connecting with Casey was something new this year that started under Lena's leadership. And I think has been really a positive force for our organization and has given an opportunity to share some of the things that we talk about here at SEAC with our broader organization base or our membership. And so last time, I think it was the 17th, Brian Dempsey shared a little bit about proposing resolutions for formal complaints, which is a method that districts don't always take advantage of, but something that we absolutely can do. Before a formal complaint can kind of be taken off of the table if the district and the person filing the complaint come together and come to an agreement. So thank you, Brian. If you're still in the room, I think I see you there. Thank you for that presentation. And then we'll continue those in April by Zoom. One resource that I did include, this is a resource we actually update every year. And so you've seen it before or seen it in a similar format, but we updated the numbers and updated a little bit of the information on it. So this is just really something that we try to put out there, since funding in special education can be very confusing. There's a lot of different things that go into that. This kind of breaks it down for the general public so that we can share with legislators or our superintendents and things along those lines. So I wanted to make sure that you all had a copy of the updated flyer as well. And really, for those of you who haven't seen this, just outlines what we are currently at as far as our funding, what we predict our funding to be, as well as where we are wanting to go, which is that 92% state funded of our excess costs for special education. One thing that I did want to point out over here, we have the number of students in special education or receiving special education services, including gifted. And we can see how that's gone up and leveled out a little, whereas the percent of our excess cost continues to go down. And our predicted cost coverage next year is even lower. So this drive and the support that we've recently garnered for increasing that special education funding to that state mandated level has been really strong. And so we're looking forward to continuing that as an advocacy project as an organization as well. So I'll include this document as well as the update and as a whole and send that out to you guys so that you have a copy of that too. But that is all for my report.
Thank you, Ashley. Yes, we appreciate you sending it to Joyce and she can get it out to the rest of us. Is there any questions or comments that anyone has? Okay. Well, thank you, Ashley. I'm going to check if Mike Burgess, I don't think he's got an on or off here. Okay.
Let's see now.
They are probably working across the street. Adelia, can you give us an update from KNEA?
I sure can. I just wanted to confirm, I did reach out earlier, but Bernadette referred to as part of the open border bill. And that is something that we are remaining neutral on. I did confirm that I wasn't giving false information. Since I was put on the spot. No.
Hi, this is the interpreter speaking. Can you say that again, please?
Yes, in reporting earlier that KNEA is remaining neutral on the open borders bill. So that was asked of me earlier, and I did confirm that with our GR, our government relations. If people don't know how KNEA functions, we are an educators association. We have directors that work directly regionally throughout the state. We also have what we refer to as program staff. So our government relations, our communications, and our organizing, and I serve as the director of teaching and learning. And under my umbrella, I do a lot of things in supporting educators with professional development. And so some of the work that I'll be reporting on today is more related to my work, but also because government relations overlaps a little bit, obviously with education issues that are brought up across the street. We do stay informed, and we meet during the legislative session. We meet every Friday to have a conversation about these issues that are coming up. I didn't have those notes with me today, but I want to make sure that I have that accurate. We also did provide testimony on the SPED task force on the funding for for special ed, full funding. We also brought in educators that gave testimony in support of fully funding special ed, and that is something we will continue to do. We also seek out grants, and we received a grant through our government relations that will be allowing us to bring in educators. We believe that they're the voice that needs to be speaking on some of these issues. So with this grant, we will be making more intentional efforts, which I'm really grateful for. I'm from Washington State, and as a classroom educator, I always gave testimony. So I'm glad that we're finally at that point where we're having a teacher voice brought in. So you'll be seeing that much more from KSDE. In addition, part of my work, I'm the state coordinator for Educators Rising. I hope my teacher voice is coming across better. The Educators Rising is a program that supports students exploring teaching as a career. We host regional conferences that I think I had reported before. Those occurred in November. We are now gearing up for our February 7th state competition, and that will be hosted by a private university this year in Ottawa. We alternate each year. We like to give students the opportunity to explore campuses across the state of Kansas. So we do private and public universities. KSDE has been very gracious in partnering with us. We are looking right now at our proposals. I've got proposals out to WSU for the 2025 conference. I should be getting word back from them tomorrow. If not, Emporia State is begging us to go there next year. So that is something that people look to. We have 129 registered to attend our conference. We provide competitions, and we do from literature, pre-K, 3, all the way through high school. Educators Rising Moment, it's just like a stand-up. What was it that brought you with the idea of wanting to go into exploring education as a career? We have leadership awards. We also have students who are exploring education administration careers or non-core subjects. We also have around special ed, the researching special services for students. So there's a lot of opportunity, or researching learning challenge, sorry. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities for students. We are short of judges. I've never had this problem before. I don't know what's happening. So if you're interested in coming out, I still have the registration link open. I put training to prepare judges. I need probably about, I'd say 30 judges, maybe more. I'm still calculating that as I was finishing up putting together packets yesterday. So we have 48 competitors. We like to have 2 judges for each event. And that's all happens in the morning. And then we have breakout sessions that happen throughout the day. And students also get a tour of the campus that we're visiting so that they get that opportunity to see the campuses that they're visiting. We also have vendor tables. This is funded through other universities or organizations that want to purchase a table. That helps me keep the cost down. KSDE supports this program financially. I have a small grant that helps me meet some of the ends, but we do sell vendor tables. And this is an opportunity where other higher ed institutions can come in and students can have a mini college fair. So it's a great opportunity that KSDE agreed that we would allow other campuses to visit and present their higher ed at the campus of other institutions. So that's been a fabulous, we've been doing that since 2016 and we continue to grow. We're now going to expand next year to include collegiate. KSDE has always had an aspiring ed program. We have partnered with PDK, Pi Delta Kappa, that is the host for Educators Rising National. And Jim McNeese and Jim Porter keep pushing that we can get this accepted with KSDE here so that we can be officially recognized as a CTSO. The other thing that I wanted to kind of put a plug in, and I didn't want to be remiss if I mentioned, The theme is selected by our student officers. I met with the student officers when we started planning this every year. We plan, they plan the conference. They set the theme. This year it's teaching the whole student. And so all of the breakout sessions are focused on meeting those needs. We also have one of the events where students have to do an ethical dilemma, and it's on the teacher shortages or the challenges that educators face in the classroom. So it's always very relevant to what students would face as a classroom educator. And I just really appreciate that they're very focused on what those challenges are that our teachers are facing. Another hat that I wear is the liaison to represent, I'm sorry, that's Minnie. She likes to check in with me. I'm also the liaison for our education support professionals. KNEA has members from higher ed to aspiring ed and also education support professionals, which are our bus driver, our cafeteria workers, secretary, and the parents. It's not just the parents, it's all of the education support professionals. And last year, due to another grant that I had written, I was able to host our first annual conference. And we're planning our second annual conference. It will be in April. And they too, the ESPs have planned and they wanted to have the theme around social emotional learning. The concerns that they expressed to me is that they're seeing an increase in suicide of the students that they're working with. And that was something that they wanted to address and have some learning around that. So we'll be meeting here in Topeka at our office April 11th and 12th. And I'm looking for keynote speakers on these topics. Anybody that you can refer me to, I can probably pay for a keynote. We would like to have some breakout sessions to make it a real meaningful learning for our education support professionals. So I think that about are the highlights that I wanted to get on. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I'm going to just wrap up here with a couple things. We have two other ex officio members or positions. We don't have them filled. I don't know that we've ever had any of these people come, but we actually have slots for the chair of the Senate Education Committee and the chair of the House Education Committee. And after the funding task force meeting, I went ahead and made sure I reminded them that they can choose to be a ex officio member here or send someone from a committee to be part of SEAC, so they would know firsthand from the field what some of the stuff is that we're talking about. I haven't got any response from them, but when we did this about 6 years ago, the whole idea was to try to get the legislators in our group here more on the same page. I also had a chance to talk and give some testimony at that funding hearing. I applied as a parent who also did a few other things, and suddenly I was the KSDE SEAC representative. So normally if I know that I'm going to represent SEAC as chair, I let you know so that we're speaking as one voice. But I do think you'll agree on whatever I did say that day. So our work continues. There is, I will bring up, there is another bill with all the other education related stuff. There is a disability related bill that I have written testimony for. I want to share that with you. I believe it's House Senate Bill 371. And I'm just checking. Senate Bill 371, and that is in the Public Welfare Committee. That is to expand the Silver Alert to include those with intellectual disabilities above 18 years old. Okay. I have had some of my transition students wander around for a couple of days, and there's no system in place to get an alert out, and you just can't get enough people to search a large city. So I'm passionate about that one. So just wanted to let you know that one is out there. I'm hoping that one passes fairly easy, but so just something from the disability field. So I think that's all I have today. And so for the good of the membership, would somebody like to move to adjourn?
So moved. This is Brooke Moore.
Brooke Moore moves. Do I hear a second?
Jennifer King, I'll second.
Jennifer King's seconded. We can do a poll, or you can click on the red leave button. All in favor, say aye. Or click. Or click, okay. Thank you. We will see you in 3 weeks on Valentine's.
Yes, it is.
Valentine's Day. It will just.